Good evening, night owls. You're tuned into WNMR, Nocturnal Mysteries Radio, broadcasting from our little cabin deep in the Appalachian wilderness. I'm Edward Cronkite, and it's just past 10 o'clock on this particularly chilly November evening. The wind's howling through the pines tonight, rattling my windows like restless spirits trying to get in. Perfect weather for the stories we're about to share. I've been getting quite a few letters lately from folks who work in our nation's most beautiful places, our national parks. You'd think these pristine wilderness areas would be peaceful, serene even. But as tonight's collection of stories will prove, sometimes the most breathtaking places on earth hold the darkest secrets. The coffee's brewing strong tonight, folks, because we've got some tales that'll keep you wide awake. Before we dive in, I want to thank everyone who's been sending in their experiences. Your courage in sharing these stories means more than you know. For those just joining us, we're your sanctuary for the unexplained, the unsettling, and the downright terrifying experiences that happen to ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances. Tonight's theme came to me after receiving a particularly haunting letter from a young woman who worked at one of Utah's most spectacular destinations. Margaret Morris sent me her story 3 weeks ago, postmarked from Hurricane Utah, but when I tried to call the number she provided, it had been disconnected. The Zion National Park Visitor Center confirmed she'd worked there, but they were reluctant to discuss the circumstances of her departure. Let me share Margaret's story with you, exactly as she wrote it. Dear Mr. Cronkite, I've been listening to your show for about 6 months now, ever since I moved to southern Utah to work at Zion National Park. I never thought I'd be writing to you, but after what happened 3 weeks ago, I can't stop thinking about it. Maybe telling someone who understands these things will help me make sense of it all. My name is Margaret Morris, and I'm 26 years old. I took a job as a visitor services specialist at Zion back in March, right after graduating with my degree in recreation management. It was a dream come true, working in one of the most beautiful places in America, helping people experience the wonder of nature. The pay wasn't great, but who needs money when you wake up every morning to towering red cliffs and the sound of the Virgin River? The visitor center at Zion is this beautiful building made of local sandstone, with huge windows that frame the canyon walls perfectly. During the day, it's bustling with families planning their hikes, photographers checking weather conditions, and park rangers giving educational talks. But I worked the evening shift from 4 in the afternoon until midnight. After the last shuttle bus runs and the day visitors head back to their hotels, the place becomes different. It's not just the silence, though that's part of it. In a place that sees nearly 5 million visitors a year, the sudden quiet after closing time feels almost unnatural. It's the way shadows seem to move differently across those beautiful red walls, the way the desert wind makes sounds that don't quite match anything you've heard before. I'd been working there for about 7 months when it happened, October 15th to be exact. It was a Tuesday night, and we'd had an unusually quiet day due to a storm system moving through the area. The temperature had dropped into the 40s, which is pretty cold for southern Utah in October, and a light rain had been falling on and off all afternoon. I was alone in the center that night. We only had one person on the evening shift during weekdays in the off-season. My supervisor, Janet, had left around 5:30 after briefing me on a few maintenance issues that needed attention. The building felt bigger when it was empty, the way places do when you're the only living thing in them. Around 9 o'clock, I was doing my final walkthrough of the exhibits before starting the closing procedures. There's this one wall display that I particularly loved, a large topographical map of the entire park, beautifully detailed and showing all the major hiking trails, including the famous Narrows and Angels Landing. It's mounted on this gorgeous piece of local cedar, and the craftsmanship is really something to see. I was standing in front of the map, double-checking that all the trail condition updates were current, when I heard it for the first time. A whisper so soft I almost thought I'd imagined it. "Come down to the Narrows." I turned around thinking maybe someone had come in. Sometimes people slip in right before closing, trying to squeeze in one last question. But the visitor center was empty. The front doors were locked, and I hadn't heard them open. The sound had seemed to come from right behind me, close enough that I should have felt breath on my neck. I stood there for a moment, listening, nothing but the hum of the HVAC system and the gentle patter of rain on the windows. I shook my head and turned back to the map. That's when I heard it again, clearer this time. "The water's so cold. Come down to the Narrows." The voice was definitely female, young-sounding, with a quality to it that I can only describe as hollow, like it was coming from a great distance or from inside something. I spun around again, my heart starting to race. "Hello," I called out. "Is someone there? The visitor center is closed for the evening." Nothing. But as I stood there, I became aware of another sound, a soft scratching noise, like fingernails on wood. It was coming from behind me, from the direction of the map display. I turned back slowly, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The beautiful cedar mounting board behind the map was showing scratch marks, fresh ones. Long, parallel gouges in the wood, as if someone had dragged their fingernails down the surface. But no one had been near the display except me, and I certainly hadn't touched the wood. As I watched, horrified, another set of scratches appeared. I could actually see them forming, the wood curling up in thin shavings as something invisible clawed at the board. The scratching sound was louder now, more urgent. "Come down," the voice whispered again, and this time I could tell it was coming from the map itself. "The water's waiting." I backed away from the display, my hands shaking. The temperature in the room seemed to have dropped 20 degrees in the span of a few seconds. I could see my breath now, little puffs of vapor that shouldn't have been possible with the building's heating system running. The scratching stopped abruptly, leaving the visitor center in absolute silence. But the scratch marks remained. 4 parallel gouges about 6 inches long right over the area of the map that showed the Narrows, the slot canyon where the Virgin River cuts through towering walls of Navajo sandstone. I should have left then. Should have grabbed my keys and gotten out of there. But something kept me rooted to the spot, staring at those impossible scratch marks. That's when I noticed the smell. It was wet red rock and river water, the distinctive scent of the Narrows after a rain. But stronger than I'd ever experienced it. So intense it was almost overwhelming. Mixed with it was something else, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't quite identify. The voice came again, and this time it wasn't a whisper. It was a normal speaking voice, clear and desperate. "Anna, you have to help me. I'm so cold, and the water keeps rising." I knew that voice. It took me a moment to place it, but when I did, my knees nearly gave out. It was Jennifer Evans, a hiker who'd gone missing in the Narrows 6 months earlier. I'd helped her family fill out the missing person report, had watched her mother break down in tears when the search was called off after 2 weeks. "Jennifer?" I whispered, feeling foolish even as I said it. "Jennifer, is that you?" "The water's so cold, Margaret. It's up to my chest now. I can't feel my legs anymore." The smell of river water was so strong now that I could taste it. That mineral-heavy flavor that comes from water that's carved through rock for millions of years. And underneath it, that other smell was getting stronger too. It was decay, I realized, the smell of something that had been underwater for a very long time. "Jennifer, where are you?" I found myself asking, even though every rational part of my brain was screaming at me to run. "In the slot, the narrow part, where the walls almost touch. I tried to climb out when the flash flood came, but the rock is so slippery, my hands keep slipping." I looked at the map, at the area marked as the Narrows. It's a 16-mile hike through the Virgin River, with the last 9 miles requiring you to walk directly in the water. The canyon walls can be as narrow as 20 feet in some places, rising 600 feet on either side. When it rains in the high country, flash floods can turn the gentle river into a raging torrent in minutes. "Jennifer, listen to me," I said, feeling crazy for talking to empty air but unable to stop myself. "You need to get to higher ground. Can you see any ledges? Any places where you can climb up?" I tried, Margaret. I tried so hard, but the water keeps getting deeper, and I'm so tired. My backpack is weighing me down, but I can't get it off. The straps are tangled around my arms. The scratch marks on the cedar board were changing, becoming more elaborate. As I watched, they formed rough letters. "Help me. How can I help you?" "Jennifer, tell me how to help you." "Come down to the Narrows. Bring a rope. You're the only one who believes I'm still here." The temperature kept dropping. I could see frost forming on the windows now, which should have been impossible, given that it was still well above freezing outside. The smell of decay was getting stronger, mixing with the scent of wet rock until I had to cover my nose and mouth with my sleeve. "Jennifer, I can't come down there tonight. It's dark, and there's weather moving in. But I can call search and rescue. Have them. They won't come?" The voice was desperate now, almost screaming. "They think I'm dead. They stopped looking for me. You're the only one who knows I'm still here." More scratches appeared on the wood, frantic now, overlapping and chaotic. The letters cold appeared, then help, then something that might have been please, though it was hard to read through all the other marks. "Jennifer, calm down. I want to help you. But I need you to tell me exactly where you are. Which part of the Narrows? How far from the Temple of Sinawava?" I don't remember. It's all the same. Red walls and water and darkness. I've been walking for so long trying to find a way out. The water follows me everywhere. Sometimes it's shallow and I think I'm getting somewhere, and then it rises again, always rising. That's when I realized something that chilled me to the bone. Jennifer Evans's body had been found 4 days after I'd heard this voice. A flash flood had washed her downstream, and hikers discovered her remains caught in a log jam near the Temple of Sinawava. The coroner estimated she'd been dead for months. "Jennifer," I whispered, "what day do you think it is?" There was a long pause. When the voice came back, it was smaller, confused. It's May 12th. I left the trailhead this morning. I was going to hike the full-length camp at Big Springs." "Why, what day is it, Margaret?" May 12th was the day Jennifer Evans had started her hike, the day she'd disappeared. "Jennifer, listen to me very carefully. You're not in the Narrows anymore. You need to let go." "Let go of what?" "I can't let go of the rock. If I let go, the water will take me." The scratching on the cedar board became violent, deep gouges that sent wood shavings flying. The letters spelled out "no, no, no" over and over, overlapping until they were barely legible. "Let go of this place, Jennifer. Your family is grieving for you. They need to know you're at peace." "I'm not at peace!" The voice was a shriek now, echoing through the visitor center with impossible volume. "I'm cold and I'm scared and the water won't stop rising." Every piece of glass in the building rattled. The lights flickered, and the smell of river water and decay became so overwhelming that I doubled over, gagging. Then, as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The scratching ceased. The smell faded. The temperature began to return to normal. In the silence that followed, I heard one last whisper, so faint I almost missed it. "Tell them I tried to get out. Tell them I tried so hard." I stood there for a long time, staring at the scratched and gouged cedar board behind the topographical map. The marks were real. I could feel them with my fingers, splinters of wood that caught on my skin. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. When I finally returned to work, I couldn't bring myself to go near the map display. I requested a transfer to day shift, but there wasn't an opening. 2 weeks later, I submitted my resignation. "Mr. Cronkite, I know how this sounds. I know people will think I had some kind of breakdown, that the isolation and stress of working alone got to me. But I've been back to the visitor center since then during business hours with other people around. The scratch marks are still there on the cedar board. The maintenance staff has tried to sand them out twice, but they keep coming back. Always the same marks, always over the Narrows. And sometimes, when the building is crowded with visitors and their voices echo off the walls, I swear I can still hear Jennifer's voice mixed in with all the others, always asking the same question. Has anyone seen the way out? I don't work for the National Park Service anymore. I took a job at a hotel in Hurricane checking in tourists who are heading to Zion for day trips. Sometimes they ask me about the best hiking trails, and I always tell them about Angel's Landing or the Emerald Pools. I never mention the Narrows, but they go anyway, some of them. And when they do, I find myself checking the local news for the next few days, hoping I don't see any reports of missing hikers, because I know now that the Narrows remembers everyone who doesn't make it out. And Jennifer Evans is still down there, still walking through that cold water, still looking for a way home. Thank you for listening, Margaret Morris. Margaret's letter arrived with a photograph tucked inside the envelope, a picture of that cedar-mounted topographical map she described. You can see the scratch marks clearly, deep gouges in the wood that spell out fragmentary words and pleas for help. I've had 3 different people look at that photograph, and none of them can explain how those marks could have been made. I reached out to Zion National Park to verify Margaret's story. They confirmed that Jennifer Evans, age 24, did indeed disappear while hiking the Narrows on May 12th of this year. Her body was recovered 4 days later. They also confirmed that Margaret Morris worked at the visitor center but was unwilling to discuss her employment beyond that. What they did tell me was that the Narrows can be one of the most dangerous hikes in the park system. Flash floods are always a risk even when the weather seems clear. The narrow canyon walls that make the hike so spectacular also make it nearly impossible to escape if the Virgin River suddenly rises. Since 1960, the Narrows has claimed the lives of 14 people. Most were caught in flash floods, but a few simply disappeared. Their bodies never recovered. The Park Service maintains detailed records of every incident, every rescue, every recovery. But they don't keep records of voices heard in empty buildings or scratch marks that appear on their own. Margaret, if you're listening tonight, I want you to know that I believe you. More than that, I think Jennifer was trying to tell you something important in those final moments. Sometimes when people die suddenly, violently, they get trapped in their last conscious experience. The terror, the cold, the desperate need to survive. It can echo through a place long after the physical body is gone. You did the right thing by leaving. Some spirits need to be left alone to find their own way to peace. But others just need someone to witness their story, to acknowledge that they existed, that they mattered. Jennifer Evans was a graduate student in environmental science at the University of Utah. She loved the outdoors, loved the desert, loved the challenge of difficult hikes. She wasn't reckless. Park records show she'd completed several multi-day backcountry trips without incident. She was just unlucky. Caught in the wrong place when the weather turned, but she's not forgotten. Not by her family, not by the Park Service, and not by you, Margaret. Sometimes that's all a spirit needs to let go, the knowledge that someone remembers. The wind's picking up outside my studio tonight, folks, and I can hear the trees creaking like old bones. It's making me think about all the wild places in our country, all the national parks and forests where people go to connect with something larger than themselves. Usually they find beauty, wonder, peace. But sometimes they find something else. Sometimes they become part of the landscape in ways they never intended. We've got more stories coming your way tonight. Tales from park rangers, maintenance workers, and visitors who encountered things that don't appear on any official maps. Stories about the spaces between the known and unknown, where the line between the living and the dead becomes as narrow as a slot canyon in southern Utah. Until then, keep your flashlights charged and your emergency whistles close. You never know when you might need to signal for help in the darkness. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. We'll be right back after these messages from our sponsors. Welcome back, night owls. The storm that's been battering my little studio all evening seems to be settling into a steady rhythm now. Rain against the windows, wind through the pines, and that peculiar electric feeling that comes just before midnight. Perfect backdrop for our next tale from the wilderness. I've been thumbing through tonight's collection of letters during the break, and I have to say, the stories keep getting stranger. It seems our national parks attract more than just tourists and nature lovers. They draw something else entirely. Experiences that challenge everything we think we know about the natural world. The letter I'm about to share came to me through rather unusual circumstances. 3 days ago, I received a phone call at 2 a.m. The connection was terrible, crackling with static, cutting in and out like an old CB radio. The caller identified himself as Dennis Rivera, though he asked me to call him Dennis. He spoke quickly, urgently, like a man running out of time. "I work the Grand Canyon Railway," he said through the interference. "Steam engines, tourist runs. Something's been riding my train, Mr. Cronkite. Something that don't buy tickets." The line went dead before I could ask for details. But 2 days later, I found a manila envelope in my post office box with no return address, postmarked from Williams, Arizona. Inside was a handwritten account that made my coffee go cold as I read it. Let me share Dennis's story with you. "Mr. Cronkite, sorry about the strange phone call the other night. Wasn't sure if I should trust the mail system with this, but after what happened yesterday, I don't think I have much choice. Need to get this down on paper before I lose my nerve entirely. My name is Dennis Rivera, but everyone calls me Dennis. I'm 41 years old, been working the rails for 23 years, starting as a brakeman back when I was 18. Worked freight lines all over the Southwest before landing my current job as engineer on the Grand Canyon Railway 5 years ago. For those who don't know, the Grand Canyon Railway runs vintage steam and diesel locomotives from Williams, Arizona, up to the south rim of the Grand Canyon. It's a tourist operation, mostly families and retirees wanting to experience the romance of train travel while seeing one of the world's natural wonders. The tracks follow the old Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway route, built back in 1901. 65 miles through high desert country, juniper trees, and pinyon pines. Beautiful country, peaceful work. During peak season, we run 4 trains a day, packed with tourists taking pictures and asking questions about the wildlife. But in late fall and winter, things slow down considerably. Sometimes we'll run a single train with maybe 20 passengers rattling around in cars designed to hold 150 vols. That's when the job gets lonely. Long stretches of empty desert, nothing but the rhythm of wheels on rails and the distant cry of hawks circling overhead. Most engineers don't mind the solitude. It's part of the appeal of working the rails. But lately, I've been feeling like I'm not as alone as I should be. It started about 6 weeks ago, early October. I was running the 4:30 evening departure, the last train of the day. We only had 14 passengers aboard, a retired couple from Phoenix, some college kids with backpacks, and a few other stragglers trying to catch the sunset at the rim. The locomotive I was running that day was engine 4960, a restored 1923 steam engine that's been the pride of the line since we acquired it in 1989. She's a beautiful machine, black boiler with brass fittings, red cowcatcher, and a whistle that can be heard for miles across the desert. When she's running full steam, she puts out a plume of white smoke and sparks that looks like something from an old Western movie. Everything was normal for the first hour of the run. We'd made our scheduled stops. I'd blown the whistle for a couple of highway crossings, and the passengers seemed to be enjoying themselves. The sun was getting low, painting the landscape in those warm desert colors that make Arizona famous. We were about 40 miles out of Williams, passing through a particularly desolate stretch where the tracks run straight for nearly 10 miles. Nothing but sagebrush and scattered junipers as far as the eye can see. That's when I saw him for the first time. He was standing beside the tracks up ahead, maybe a quarter mile out. At first I figured it was just another rail fan, the train enthusiasts who like to photograph our runs from various spots along the route. But as we got closer, something seemed off about the figure. For one thing, he was dressed all wrong for the desert. He wore a long black coat that hung down to his ankles, the kind you might see on a preacher or an undertaker. Heavy wool by the look of it, completely inappropriate for the Arizona heat, even in October. His hat was black, too, with a wide brim that cast his face in shadow. But the strangest thing was how still he stood. No movement at all, no wave or acknowledgement of the approaching train. Most rail fans will wave, take pictures, show some sign of life. This figure just stood there like a statue, facing the tracks. I pulled the whistle cord as we approached, giving the standard 2 long blasts that we use when passing people near the right-of-way. The sound echoed across the desert, but the figure didn't react, didn't move a muscle. As we drew alongside him, I got my first clear look at his face. That's when my blood went cold. He had no face, not in the sense that it was missing. It was there, but it was completely white, pale as bone, with dark hollows where his eyes should have been. No expression, no features that I could make out. Just smooth white skin stretched over a skull. And he was looking right at me. I hit the brake involuntarily, causing the train to lurch and the whistle to let out an unscheduled blast. My fireman, Danny Restrepo, looked over at me with concern. "Everything all right, Thad?" I looked back toward where the figure had been standing. But there was nothing there, just empty desert and the sound of our wheels clicking over the rail joints. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Thought I saw something on the tracks. Probably just a shadow. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew it wasn't natural. The rest of the run to the Grand Canyon was uneventful. We arrived on schedule, the passengers disembarked to catch the sunset from Hopi Point, and I went through the routine of shutting down the engine and preparing for the return trip. But I couldn't get that white face out of my mind. Danny noticed I was distracted during the turnaround. "You sure you're okay, boss? You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost laughed at that. If only he knew. The return trip started normally. Most of our passengers were tired from their day at the canyon, and the cars were quiet except for the occasional comment about the stars starting to appear in the darkening sky. I was running with the headlight on now, a powerful beam that could illuminate the tracks for a quarter mile ahead. We were about halfway back to Williams when I saw him again. This time he wasn't standing beside the tracks. He was walking along the rails themselves about 200 yards ahead of us. Same black coat, same impossible stillness to his movement. But now I could see that he wasn't actually touching the ground. He was floating just above the rails, drifting along like smoke. I should have hit the brakes. Should have brought the train to a full stop and figured out what I was dealing with. But something kept me from doing that. Maybe it was the way the figure moved, so purposeful, like he belonged there, like he had every right to be walking those rails. As we got closer, I could see more details. The black coat wasn't just dark, it was the absence of light, like looking into a deep well. And there were things attached to it, hanging from the sleeves and hem. It took me a moment to realize what they were. Railroad artifacts, old spikes, pieces of rail, fragments of wood ties. They clinked and rattled as he moved, creating a sound like wind chimes made of scrap metal. The figure must have sensed our approach because he turned around to face us. That white, featureless face caught the headlight beam and reflected it back like a mirror. But the eye sockets, those dark hollows, seemed to absorb the light completely. He raised one arm, a gesture that might have been a wave or a warning, I couldn't tell which. Then he stepped off the tracks and simply vanished into the darkness beside the rail bed. Danny didn't see any of it. He was checking the water levels in the boiler, completely focused on his instruments. When I looked back at the spot where the figure had disappeared, there was nothing there. "Danny," I said carefully, "you ever hear any stories about this stretch of track? Any unusual incidents?" He looked up from his gauges. "What kind of incidents?" "I don't know. Accidents, maybe? People getting hurt on the line?" Danny was quiet for a moment, considering. "Well, there was that business back in '92, before your time, I think. Conductor named Frank Adams got caught between two cars during a coupling operation. Crushed his chest pretty bad. They say he walked almost a quarter mile down the tracks before he collapsed, trying to get help. Did he make it? No. Died right there on the rails. They found him the next morning, still in his uniform, still holding his lantern. Frank Adams. The name stuck with me for the rest of the trip back to Williams. I didn't see the figure again that night. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, walking the rails in the darkness. When we pulled into the Williams depot, I was exhausted, wrung out in a way that had nothing to do with the physical demands of running a steam engine. I went home that night and tried to put it out of my mind. Told myself it was fatigue, stress, maybe too much coffee and not enough sleep. Railroad work can play tricks on your eyes, especially during those long twilight runs when shadows get distorted and distance becomes hard to judge. But 3 days later, it happened again. This time, I was running the morning departure, engine 2156, a diesel locomotive that's quieter and more efficient than the steam engines, but lacks their romantic appeal. We had a full load of passengers, a tour group from Germany, some families from California, and a handful of locals who ride the train just for the pleasure of it. Everything was routine until we reached that same stretch of track where I'd seen the figure before. This time he was sitting on a pile of old railroad ties beside the right-of-way, as solid and real as anything else in the landscape. Same black coat, same white face, same impossible stillness. But now I could see more details. The coat was old, probably from the early 1900s based on the cut and style. Railroad conductor's uniform, I realized. The kind they wore when this line was first built. As we passed him, he stood up and began walking alongside the train, not running to keep up, just walking at a normal pace while somehow matching our speed exactly. He turned that featureless face toward the passenger cars, and I swear I could feel the temperature drop 20 degrees in the cab. That's when the first passenger screamed. It came from car 3, a sharp cry of terror that cut through the noise of the diesel engine. Then another scream, and another. I could hear people shouting, children crying, the sound of panic spreading through the train like wildfire. I grabbed the radio and called back to the conductor. "What's happening back there?" "I don't know," came the reply. "Passengers are saying they saw something outside the windows. Something that shouldn't be there." I looked out my side window, but the figure was gone, vanished as completely as if he'd never been there at all. It took 20 minutes to calm the passengers down. Some of them swore they'd seen a man in old-fashioned clothes walking beside the train, keeping perfect pace despite the fact that we were traveling at 45 miles per hour. Others said they'd seen a face pressed against the windows, a white, eyeless face that smiled at them with teeth like broken glass. The Germans were particularly upset. Their tour guide kept asking me if this was part of the show, if we regularly employed actors to dress up as ghosts for the entertainment of the passengers. I assured him it wasn't, but I could tell he didn't believe me. When we reached the Grand Canyon, half the tour group demanded refunds. The other half wanted to know if they could take a different train back to Williams. I spent the better part of an hour trying to convince them that what they'd seen was just shadows and desert mirages, but I wasn't convincing anyone, least of all myself. That night I did some research. Went to the Williams Library and dug through old newspaper archives looking for information about Frank Adams and that accident in 1992. What I found made my hands shake as I read. Frank hadn't just been crushed in a coupling accident. He'd been trying to stop a runaway car that had broken loose from a consist. The car was loaded with tourists, a private charter group celebrating a wedding anniversary. If Frank hadn't thrown himself between the runaway car and the passenger train, 12 people would have died. He saved their lives and lost his own. The newspapers called him a hero, but the railroad company never officially recognized his sacrifice. They were too worried about liability issues, afraid that admitting negligence would expose them to lawsuits. Frank Adams died alone on the tracks, forgotten by the company he'd served for 15 years. But apparently, he never left. The sightings continued over the next month. Sometimes it was just me who saw him, a figure walking the rails in the distance, always in that same black conductor's coat. Other times, passengers would report seeing him too, a man in old-fashioned clothes who would appear beside the train, walk along for a few minutes, then vanish into the desert air. The railroad management started to get nervous. Customer complaints were mounting, and several travel blogs had picked up the story. Bad publicity was the last thing they needed during the slow season. They brought in investigators, railroad safety inspectors, insurance adjusters, even a private detective who specialized in unusual occurrences on transportation lines. None of them could explain what people were seeing. But I knew. I'd figured it out during those long nights reading about Frank Adams, learning about his life and his death. He wasn't haunting the railroad out of malice or anger. He was still doing his job. Still trying to protect the passengers, just like he had on that night in 1992. Every time he appeared, every time he walked alongside the train, he was making sure we were safe. The white face, the dark eye sockets, those weren't signs of evil. They were signs of sacrifice. The face of a man who'd given everything to save others and had been forgotten for his trouble. Yesterday, I made a decision. I was running the late afternoon departure, just 12 passengers aboard. When we reached that familiar stretch of track, I slowed the train to a crawl and stepped out onto the platform between the engine and the first car. Frank was there, standing beside the rails with that patient stillness I'd come to recognize. Up close, I could see details I'd missed before. The conductor's cap sitting at a precise angle on his head, the brass buttons on his coat polished to a mirror shine, the lantern hanging from his belt still glowing with a soft yellow light. "Frank Adams," I called out over the noise of the idling engine. "Is that you?" He turned toward me, and for the first time I saw expression in that white face. Not features exactly, but something that conveyed surprise, recognition, maybe even gratitude. "I know what you did," I continued. "I know about the runaway car, about the lives you saved. You're a hero, Frank. Your sacrifice wasn't forgotten." The figure raised one hand, touching the brim of his cap in a gesture I recognized from old railroad etiquette, a sign of respect between train crew members. Then he began to fade. Not vanishing suddenly like before, but slowly becoming transparent, like smoke dissipating in a breeze. The last thing to disappear was the glow from his lantern, a warm yellow light that lingered for a moment before winking out entirely. I haven't seen him since. Mr. Cronkite, I know this story sounds impossible. I know people will say I was hallucinating, that the stress of the job got to me. But I've been running trains for over 20 years, and I know the difference between reality and fantasy. Frank Adams was real, is real. Somewhere out there in the desert, he's still walking those rails, still watching over the trains and the people who ride them. And maybe now, finally, he knows that someone remembers what he did. I'm thinking about retiring soon. Not because of what I saw, but because I think my job here is done. Frank needed someone to acknowledge his sacrifice, to tell his story. Now that's happened, I think he can rest. But sometimes when I'm running that late afternoon train and the sun is setting over the desert, I find myself looking out across the landscape and hoping to catch one more glimpse of that figure in black. Not because I'm afraid, but because I want to tell him thanks. Thanks for watching over us all these years. Thanks for caring enough to keep protecting strangers, even after death. Thanks for showing me what real dedication looks like. Respectfully, Dennis Rivera. I finished reading Dennis's letter and immediately reached for my phone. The Grand Canyon Railway confirmed that Dennis Rivera had indeed worked for them for 5 years, but they said he'd submitted his resignation last week. When I asked about Frank Adams, there was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Sir," the woman finally said, "I'd prefer not to discuss that particular incident. It's a sensitive matter for the company." But she did confirm that Frank Adams had died in 1992, killed while trying to prevent a serious accident. She also mentioned, almost as an afterthought that they'd recently installed a memorial plaque at the Williams Depot in his honor. "It was Mr. Rivera's idea," she said. "He felt it was long overdue." Sometimes, folks, the most important stories are the ones that almost get forgotten. Frank Adams died trying to save 12 strangers, and for 30 years, his sacrifice went unrecognized by the company he'd served. It took a chance encounter with his restless spirit to finally set the record straight. Makes you wonder how many other heroes are out there, walking the lonely places, still trying to do their jobs long after the world has moved on without them. The rain's letting up outside my studio, and I can see the first hints of dawn creeping through the trees. But we're not done yet, night owls. I've got more stories from the wilderness, more voices from the places where civilization meets the unknown. Coming up, we'll hear from Emily Chen, no relation to the Sarah from our first story, who works alone in a fire lookout tower in Yosemite. What she saw during a thunderstorm last month will make you think twice about volunteering for isolated duty in our national parks. Keep those lights on, folks. Morning's still a few hours away, and the dark has more secrets to share. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. We'll be back in just a moment. The coffee's gone cold in my mug, folks, but I'm not complaining. There's something about these small hours before dawn that makes every story feel more immediate, more real. The darkness outside my studio windows is absolute now. No moon tonight, just the occasional flash of lightning from a distant storm moving through the mountains. Speaking of storms, our next story comes from someone who knows them intimately. Fire lookout operators spend their summers perched high above the forest canopy, watching for the first wisps of smoke that might signal disaster. It's lonely work, demanding vigilance, but it's also deeply important. These modern-day sentinels protect millions of acres of wilderness and the communities that border them. The letter I'm about to share arrived yesterday, delivered not by postal service, but by a young park ranger who drove 3 hours from Yosemite just to hand it to me personally. She wouldn't give me her name, but she said the woman who wrote it had specifically requested that I receive it as soon as possible. She's scared, the ranger told me. Really scared. She won't spend another night alone up there. The letter is from Catherine Castillo, though she signs it simply as Kate. She operated one of the most remote fire lookout stations in the Yosemite wilderness. Her handwriting is precise, controlled, but I can see places where her pen hesitated, where she had to stop and gather her courage before continuing. Let me read you what Kate shared. Mr. Cronkite, I hope this letter finds you well. I've been a faithful listener to your program for the past 2 years. Ever since I took the job as fire lookout operator at Glacier Point Station in Yosemite National Park. Your show has been my companion during many long, dark nights when the forest feels too quiet and the silence too complete. I never imagined I'd be writing to you with a story of my own, but after what happened during the storm 3 weeks ago, I find myself unable to think about anything else. I need to tell someone who might understand, someone who won't immediately suggest I seek psychiatric evaluation. My name is Catherine Castillo, and I'm 28 years old. I've been working as a fire lookout for 3 seasons now, following in my grandfather's footsteps. He spent 40 years watching over the forests of Northern California, and some of my earliest memories are of visiting him in his tower, learning to read smoke signs and weather patterns from a man who could spot a lightning strike from 50 miles away. After graduating with a degree in forestry from UC Davis, I applied for positions throughout the National Park Service. When the opening at Glacier Point came up, I jumped at the chance. It's one of the most prestigious assignments in the system, a glass-walled cabin perched 7,200 feet above sea level, offering panoramic views of Half Dome, Tenaya Canyon, and the high country beyond. The cabin itself is a marvel of engineering, built in 1937 and renovated several times since. It's a 14-foot square structure mounted on a steel tower that puts you 60 feet above the surrounding forest. Large windows on all four sides provide 360-degree visibility, and the interior is efficiently designed with sleeping quarters, a small kitchen, communication equipment, and the massive Osborne fire finder that's used to triangulate smoke sightings. During fire season, roughly May through October, I live up there alone, scanning the horizon from dawn to dusk, monitoring weather conditions, and reporting any signs of trouble to the dispatch center at Park headquarters. It's solitary work, but I've always found peace in the isolation. There's something profound about being surrounded by such vast wilderness, about being trusted to protect something so precious and irreplaceable, sir. The communication equipment keeps me connected to the outside world. I have a radio for official park business, a satellite phone for emergencies, and a personal cell phone that gets intermittent service when atmospheric conditions are right. But most of the time, especially at night, I'm completely cut off from human contact. That's never bothered me before. If anything, I've cherished those quiet hours when the forest settles into sleep and I can study the stars or read by lamplight. The sounds of the wilderness at night, owls calling, wind through the pines, the distant crack of settling trees, have always been a comfort to me. Until 3 weeks ago. October 15th started like any other day. Clear skies, temperature in the mid-60s, light winds from the west. I completed my morning scan at sunrise, checked the weather instruments, and filed my routine report with dispatch. No smoke sightings, no unusual atmospheric conditions, no cause for concern. The forecast called for an afternoon thunderstorm system moving in from the Pacific, which wasn't unusual for that time of year. Late-season storms can be beneficial. They bring moisture to the forest floor and reduce fire danger significantly. I was actually looking forward to watching the lightning display from my elevated vantage point. The first clouds began building around 2 in the afternoon, towering cumulonimbus formations that rose like mountains above the Sierra peaks. By 4 o'clock, the temperature had dropped 15 degrees, and I could smell rain in the air. That clean electric scent that comes before a storm. I secured the outdoor equipment, double-checked the lightning rod connections, and settled in to watch nature's show. The cabin is well grounded and designed to withstand severe weather, so I felt perfectly safe as the first rumbles of thunder echoed across the canyon. The storm hit with surprising intensity. Wind gusted to 50 miles per hour, bending the pines below me like grass. Rain hammered against the windows with such force that I could barely see beyond the deck that surrounds the cabin. Lightning strikes came one after another, illuminating the landscape in stark white flashes that left my eyes struggling to readjust to the darkness. I was monitoring the storm's progress on my weather instruments when I heard it for the first time. A sound that didn't belong. Something that cut through the chaos of wind and rain with disturbing clarity. Breathing. Heavy, labored breathing, like someone who had been running hard and was struggling to catch their breath. At first, I thought it might be coming from my radio. Sometimes atmospheric interference during storms can pick up strange signals. But when I turned the radio off, the breathing continued. It seemed to be coming from outside the cabin, from somewhere very close. I moved to the north-facing window and peered out into the storm. Lightning was still flashing regularly, but I couldn't see anything unusual on the deck or the stairs leading up to the cabin. The breathing continued, growing louder and more urgent. That's when I realized it wasn't coming from outside at all. It was coming from inside the cabin with me. I spun around, my heart hammering, scanning every corner of the small space. The cabin is only 14 feet square. There's nowhere for anyone to hide, but the breathing was definitely inside, so close I could feel the warmth of exhalation on the back of my neck. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam around the cabin. Nothing. But the breathing was getting louder, more desperate. It sounded like someone drowning, fighting for air, gasping with the kind of panic that comes just before suffocation. Then the windows began to fog up. Not from the storm, this was different. Condensation was forming on the inside of the glass, but only in specific areas. As I watched, horrified, the condensation began to take shape. Handprints appeared on the north window, as if someone was pressing their palms against the glass from the inside, trying to push their way out. The breathing was coming from wherever those hands were. I could see the glass vibrating slightly with each exhalation, the condensation pulsing like a heartbeat. I backed away from the window, my own breathing becoming rapid and shallow. This wasn't possible. I was alone in the cabin, locked in and secured against the storm. There was no way anyone else could be inside with me, but the evidence was right there on the glass. More handprints were appearing on the other windows now, accompanied by that terrible labored breathing. Whoever, whatever, was making those prints was moving around the cabin, touching each window in turn as if looking for a way out. The lightning was almost continuous now, and in the stark white flashes, I could see something that made my blood freeze. The handprints weren't just condensation on glass. They were accompanied by the faint outline of a human form reflected in the windows, a shape that moved independently of my own reflection. I could see shoulders, the outline of a head, arms reaching out to touch the glass. But when I turned around to look behind me, there was nothing there. The reflection only existed in the windows, like a person trapped between two mirrors. The breathing was becoming more frantic, more desperate. And now it was accompanied by something else, a soft tapping sound like fingernails drumming against glass. The trapped figure was trying to communicate, trying to get my attention. I approached the north window slowly, my flashlight beam shaking in my trembling hand. The handprints were clearer now, and I could see something that made me gasp. They were small hands, delicate, with long fingers. A woman's hands. "Who are you?" I whispered to the glass. "What do you want?" The tapping stopped immediately. The breathing ceased. For a moment, the only sounds were the wind and rain outside. Then, slowly, carefully, words began to appear in the condensation on the window, written by an invisible finger, letter by letter. "Help me." I stumbled backward, knocking over my chair. "Help you how? What happened to you?" More words appeared, this time on the east window. "Can't breathe." Then on the south window, "So cold." And finally, on the west window, "Trapped." The storm was reaching its peak intensity now, with thunder crashing so loudly that it shook the entire tower. But somehow, impossibly, I could still hear that labored breathing. It was coming from everywhere now, echoing around the cabin like sound bouncing off the walls of a cave. "Where are you trapped?" I called out. "I want to help, but I don't understand." The breathing became even more desperate, and new words began appearing on the windows. "Fell through ice. December 1982. Mirror Lake." The pieces clicked together in my mind like puzzle pieces falling into place. Mirror Lake in Yosemite is a seasonal body of water that freezes during particularly cold winters. In December 1982, there had been an unusual cold snap that froze the lake solid, or so it appeared. I remembered reading about an incident from that year during my orientation training. A young woman had gone ice skating on Mirror Lake, thinking the surface was safe. The ice had given way beneath her, and she'd fallen through into the frigid water below. By the time searchers found her body 3 days later, she had drowned under the ice, trapped beneath the frozen surface. Her name was Catherine Winters. She was 26 years old, a park naturalist who had been working in Yosemite for 2 years. She died alone, in the dark, under a layer of ice that might as well have been a tomb. "Catherine," I whispered. "Catherine Winters?" The breathing stopped immediately. The handprints on the windows began to fade, but not before one final message appeared on the north-facing glass. "Thank you." Then everything went quiet. The storm was still raging outside, but inside the cabin there was perfect stillness. The condensation on the windows cleared completely, leaving no trace of the handprints or messages that had covered them moments before. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my sleeping bag, jumping at every sound, waiting for the breathing to return. But it never did. When dawn broke and the storm finally passed, I was alone in the cabin with nothing but my memories and a logbook entry that I couldn't bring myself to write. I finished out my shift that week, but I couldn't stop thinking about Rebecca Kim. I researched her story in the park archives, learning everything I could about the young naturalist who had died so tragically. She had been passionate about the wilderness, dedicated to protecting and preserving the natural world. She had also been scheduled to work a rotation at the Glacier Point Fire Lookout the season after her death. She never got the chance to serve in that tower, but somehow, some part of her had found her way up here anyway. I submitted my resignation yesterday. I love this job, love the solitude and the responsibility and the connection to something larger than myself. But I can't spend another night alone in that cabin, wondering if Rebecca's spirit is still trapped somewhere between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Maybe she just needed someone to remember her story, to acknowledge that she existed and that her death mattered. Maybe that's all any of us really want, to be remembered, to know that our lives had meaning. I hope Rebecca has found peace now. I hope she's no longer trapped under the ice of that frozen lake, no longer struggling to breathe in the dark water below. But I can't be the one to find out. Some responsibilities are too heavy for one person to bear alone. Thank you for listening, Mr. Cronkite. Thank you for giving people like me a place to share these impossible stories. Catherine Castillo, former fire lookout operator, Glacier Point Station, Yosemite National Park. I set down Kate's letter and sat in silence for a long moment, listening to the rain against my own windows. There's something particularly haunting about stories that involve people dying alone in the cold and dark, with no one to hear their final moments. I did some research after receiving Kate's account. Rebecca Kim was indeed a real person, a naturalist who died in Yosemite in December of 1982. The circumstances match exactly what Kate described: a tragic accident involving thin ice and frigid water, a young woman's life cut short just as it was beginning to flourish. What the official records don't mention is that Rebecca had specifically requested assignment to the Glacier Point Fire Lookout for the following summer. She had written to her supervisor expressing excitement about the opportunity to spend an entire season watching over the wilderness she loved so much. She never got that chance. But according to Kate's experience, perhaps she found a way to serve anyway, even in death. I reached out to Yosemite's personnel office to verify Kate's employment. They confirmed that Catherine Castillo had indeed worked as a fire lookout at Glacier Point for 3 seasons, and that she had recently submitted her resignation for personal reasons. They also mentioned that they've had difficulty keeping that particular position filled. In the past 5 years, 4 different operators have requested transfers or resignations, all citing the isolation as being more difficult than expected. Makes you wonder if Kate was the first to encounter Rebecca's spirit, or if others simply chose not to report their experiences. The ranger who delivered Sarah's letter left me with one additional piece of information. She said that the Glacier Point Tower has been temporarily closed for routine maintenance and equipment upgrades. But she also mentioned that park officials are considering whether to continue operating it as a manned station or convert it to automated monitoring equipment. Sometimes it seems the cost of protecting our wilderness includes more than just financial considerations. The storm outside my studio is finally moving on, folks, but we're still deep in the dark hours where anything seems possible. Our next story takes us to the Smoky Mountains, where maintenance worker Ezekiel Morrison discovered that some equipment repairs require more than just technical expertise. But first, let me share something that arrived in today's mail. A photograph from Yosemite, taken by a tourist who was visiting Glacier Point last week. In the background of his snapshot, you can clearly see the fire lookout tower. And if you look carefully at the windows of the cabin, you might notice something that shouldn't be there. Handprints on the glass, visible even from a distance. The tourist who sent the photo wrote on the back, "Thought you might be interested in this." The tower was supposed to be empty. Catherine Winters may be at peace now, but it seems she's not quite ready to leave her post. Some duties, once accepted, are difficult to abandon, even in death. Stay with us, night owls. The darkness still has stories to tell, and we're just getting started. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. We'll return after this brief station identification. The first pale hints of dawn are creeping through the trees outside, folks, but we're not ready to call it a night just yet. There's something about this particular evening that feels different. Maybe it's the storm that just passed, or the way the darkness seems reluctant to give up its hold on the world. Either way, I've got more stories to share, and judging by the stack of letters still sitting on my desk, the night is far from over. Our next tale comes from a place that millions of Americans visit every year, Great Smoky Mountains National Park, straddling the border between Tennessee and North Carolina. It's our most visited national park, famous for its misty peaks, diverse wildlife, and rich mountain culture. But like all wild places, the Smokies have their share of dark corners and unexplained phenomena. The story I'm about to share reached me through an unusual channel. 2 weeks ago, I received a phone call from Dr. Margaret Walsh, a folklorist at the University of Tennessee who specializes in Appalachian ghost stories and oral traditions. She'd heard about my show through academic circles and wanted to share something that one of her research subjects had told her. "I've been collecting stories from Park Service employees for my dissertation," she explained. "Most of them are just typical workplace anecdotes, but this one is different." The man who told it to me seemed genuinely traumatized by his experience. He made me promise to share it with someone who would take it seriously. The man in question is Gary Young, a maintenance technician who's worked in the Smokies for 12 years. Friends call him Gary. Dr. Walsh interviewed him as part of her research into how modern workers interpret and deal with supernatural experiences in traditional haunted locations. What Gary told her will make you think twice about taking that chairlift to Klingman's Dome. Here's his story as recorded by Dr. Walsh. My name is Gary Young, and I maintain the mechanical systems throughout Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Chairlifts, cable cars, observation platforms. If it moves people up and down mountains, it's probably something I've worked on at one point or another. I've been doing this job for 12 years now, ever since I got out of the Army and decided I wanted to work outdoors. The pay isn't spectacular, but there's something satisfying about keeping the machinery running that helps millions of visitors experience the beauty of these mountains. Plus, I get to work in some of the most beautiful places on Earth. Most of my work is routine maintenance, checking cable tensions, lubricating drive mechanisms, testing safety systems. It's precise work that requires attention to detail, but it's not usually dangerous as long as you follow proper procedures. The Park Service takes safety very seriously, especially after some high-profile accidents at other parks in recent years. The incident I'm about to describe happened 3 weeks ago on a Tuesday night in late October. I was working on the chairlift system that takes visitors from the Klingman's Dome parking area to the observation tower at the summit. It's a relatively new installation, built in 2018 to reduce foot traffic on the fragile alpine environment while still allowing people to reach the highest point in Tennessee. The chairlift runs about a quarter-mile up a steep grade, rising 300 feet in elevation over rocky terrain that would be difficult for many visitors to navigate on foot. During peak season, it carries thousands of people daily, but by late October, usage drops off significantly as the weather gets colder and the days get shorter. I was scheduled to perform quarterly maintenance on the drive system that night. This kind of work has to be done after hours when the lift isn't operating, and it typically takes 4 to 6 hours to complete. I'd done the same job dozens of times before. It's routine work that I could probably do in my sleep. The weather that evening was typical for late fall in the Smokies. Temperature in the low 40s, humidity around 90%, with that characteristic mist that gives the mountains their name. Visibility was limited to maybe 50 yards in any direction, which made the work a bit more challenging, but not unusually so. I arrived at the base station around 8 p.m., after the last tourists had descended and the lift had been shut down for the day. The control room is a small concrete building that houses the electric motors, gear reducers, and computer systems that operate the chairlift. Most of the actual work would be done outside on the cable tension systems and the chairs themselves. The first few hours went normally. I checked the tension on the main cables, tested the emergency brake systems, and lubricated the drive wheels that move the chairs along their route. Everything was operating within normal parameters. No unusual wear, no mechanical problems that would require major repairs. Around midnight, I started working on the individual chairs. There are 42 of them total, each designed to carry up to 4 passengers. They're suspended from the main cable by heavy-duty brackets that allow them to swing freely while maintaining a level riding position. Part of my job is to inspect each bracket for signs of metal fatigue or corrosion. The inspection requires me to ride the lift manually, using a special maintenance mode that moves the chairs at about 1/4 normal speed. I carry a clipboard and flashlight, checking each chair as it passes through the loading station. It's time-consuming work, but essential for passenger safety. I was about halfway through the inspection process when I heard it for the first time. A metallic clanking sound like heavy chains being dragged across concrete. It seemed to be coming from somewhere further up the mountain, beyond the range of my flashlight. At first, I assumed it was just the normal sounds of the chairlift system. Moving cables can create all sorts of noise, especially in humid conditions when metal components expand and contract. But this sound was different, more rhythmic, more deliberate. like someone was hitting a chain against a hard surface. I continued with my inspection, but the clanking sound grew louder and more frequent. It seemed to be moving down the mountain toward me, following the path of the chairlift cables. That's when I realized that the sound couldn't be coming from the lift itself. The system was running in maintenance mode at a crawl, barely making any noise at all. I stopped the chairlift and listened carefully. The clanking continued, getting closer. In the misty darkness, I could see the outline of empty chairs hanging motionless from the cable, but I couldn't determine the source of the sound. That's when I heard the voice. It was a man's voice, rough and strained, calling out through the mist, "Help me! Somebody help me!" The voice seemed to be coming from one of the chairs higher up the mountain. I grabbed my radio and tried to contact Park Dispatch to report a possible emergency. Maybe someone had gotten trapped on the lift when it shut down for the day. But the radio was just static. No response from dispatch, no signal at all. That was unusual. The communication equipment in the Smokies is generally reliable, and I was in a location with good line of sight to the main repeater towers. The voice called out again, more desperate this time. "The chain broke! I'm going to fall!" I restarted the chairlift and began riding it up the mountain, following the sound of the voice. The mist was thicker as I gained elevation, reducing visibility to just a few feet in any direction. My flashlight beam seemed to be absorbed by the moisture in the air, creating a dim gray glow that didn't penetrate far. The clanking sound was louder now, directly overhead. As I rode up the mountain, I could hear metal striking metal with increasing frequency, accompanied by a rhythmic creaking sound, like an old ship in heavy seas. Then I saw it. Hanging from the cable about 20 feet ahead of me was a chairlift chair that shouldn't have been there. It wasn't one of the modern four-person chairs that belonged to our system. This was an old-style two-person chair, the kind that had been used in ski resorts back in the 1970s and 80s. The chair was swinging violently from side to side, much more than should have been possible given the calm wind conditions. As it swung, the mounting hardware was striking the main cable, creating the clanking sound I'd been hearing. But that wasn't the most disturbing part. The most disturbing part was that someone was sitting in the chair. I could see the silhouette of a man, hunched forward and gripping the safety bar with both hands. He was calling out for help, his voice raw with panic and exhaustion. I rode closer, trying to get a better look. The man appeared to be middle-aged, wearing what looked like 1980s-era winter clothing, a heavy parka and wool hat. His face was pale, almost white, and his eyes were wide with terror. "Hold on," I called out to him. "I'm coming to help you." He turned toward me, and that's when I saw the extent of his situation. The mounting bracket that connected his chair to the main cable was severely damaged. Several of the links in the chain assembly had snapped, and the chair was hanging by what looked like a single strand of cable. "The chain broke 20 minutes ago!" he shouted. "I've been hanging here ever since. Please, you have to get me down." I stopped my chair when I was level with him, about 10 feet away. Close enough to talk, but not close enough to help directly. The damaged chair was swinging too violently for me to attempt any kind of rescue from my position. "What's your name?" I called out, trying to keep him calm while I figured out what to do. "Samuel Green," he replied. "I was the last one down when the lift broke. The operator said the system was fine, but the chain snapped right after I got on." Green. Same last name as mine. That coincidence sent a chill down my spine, but I tried to focus on the immediate problem. "Okay, Samuel. I'm going to radio for help. We'll get a rescue team up here with proper equipment. Just hold on." But when I tried my radio again, there was still nothing but static. No signal, no response, nothing. Samuel's chair gave a violent lurch, and I heard more metal snapping. He was running out of time. "I can't hold on much longer," he screamed. "My hands are going numb." I looked down the mountain, trying to spot the lights of the base station, but the mist had closed in completely. I was surrounded by gray nothingness, with only the sound of David's panicked voice and the ominous creaking of his damaged chair. That's when I made a decision that probably saved my life, though I didn't realize it at the time. Instead of trying to attempt some kind of heroic rescue, I started the chairlift moving again and rode it back down the mountain as fast as the maintenance mode would allow. I needed to get help, needed to bring back proper rescue equipment and trained personnel, sir. David would have to hold on for another 20 minutes while I organized a proper response. But as I descended through the mist, Samuel's voice followed me down the mountain. He was screaming now, no longer calling for help, but making sounds of pure terror. I heard the final metallic snap of the last cable strand, followed by a long, echoing scream that seemed to go on forever. Then silence. I reached the base station and immediately called Park Dispatch on the landline. Within minutes, I had a full rescue team en route to Klingman's Dome. Search and rescue, medical personnel, even a helicopter on standby in case we needed to extract someone from difficult terrain. But when the rescue team arrived and we rode the chairlift back up the mountain, there was nothing there. No damaged chair, no sign of any accident, no trace of Samuel Green. The chairlift system was operating perfectly. Every chair was accounted for. Every safety system was functioning normally. The rescue team leader suggested that I might have experienced altitude-related hallucinations brought on by the mist and low oxygen levels. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew what I'd heard. The next day, I did some research. I wanted to find out if there had been any accidents on chairlifts in the Smokies, any incidents involving someone named Samuel Green. What I found in the park records made my hands shake as I read it. On October 23, 1987, a man named Samuel Green was killed in a chairlift accident at a small ski resort on the Tennessee side of the Smokies. The resort had been trying to extend their season into the fall months by offering scenic rides to view the autumn foliage. Samuel Green, age 34, was the last passenger of the day when a mounting chain on his chair snapped due to metal fatigue. He fell approximately 150 feet into a rocky ravine and was killed instantly. The accident led to a complete overhaul of chairlift safety regulations in Tennessee. The resort was eventually shut down, and the chairlift was dismantled, but not before the incident became something of a local legend. October 23, 1987. The same date, down to the day, as my encounter on the mountain. But here's the thing that really bothers me. Samuel Green was my uncle, my father's older brother, who died when I was just 5 years old. I'd heard stories about him from family members, and I'd seen a few old photographs, but my memories of him were mostly fragments. Until I saw him hanging from that chairlift, calling out for help that came 35 years too late. I haven't worked on the Klingman's Dome chairlift since that night. I've requested assignment to other areas of the park, and my supervisor has been understanding about it. But sometimes, when the mist is heavy and the visibility is poor, I find myself listening for the sound of chains clanking in the distance, listening for my uncle's voice, still calling out for help that will never come. The mountains remember everything, they say. Every joy, every tragedy, every life that's touched these ancient peaks. Sometimes on nights when the mist is thick and the modern world feels very far away, the past comes calling, and sometimes it calls your name. Dr. Walsh's recording ends there, but she included a note with Gary's testimony that I think you should hear. She wrote, "Mr. Cronkite, I've been studying Appalachian folklore for 15 years, and I've heard hundreds of ghost stories from these mountains. Most of them follow predictable patterns: tragic deaths, unfinished business, restless spirits seeking resolution. But Gary's story is different. The level of specific detail, the emotional authenticity, and especially the family connection make this something more than just regional folklore. I believe he encountered something real that night, something that transcends our usual understanding of how the past interacts with the present. The mountains of Appalachia have always been thin places, where the boundary between worlds becomes permeable. Native Americans considered them sacred long before European settlers arrived, and the oral traditions of mountain families are filled with stories of the dead returning to help or warn the living. Perhaps Samuel Green's spirit has been trapped on that mountainside for 35 years, reliving his final moments over and over. Perhaps it took his nephew's presence to finally allow him to communicate, to share his terror with someone who would understand the family significance. Or perhaps the mountains themselves called out to Gary, using his uncle's form to deliver a message about the dangers that still exist in these wild places, even in our modern age of safety regulations and rescue equipment. Whatever the explanation, I believe Gary's experience was genuine. The trauma in his voice, the specific details he provided, and the documented family history all support the authenticity of his account. Some stories are too important to dismiss, even when they challenge our understanding of reality. I reached out to Great Smoky Mountains National Park to verify the details of Gary's story. They confirmed that Gary Young has worked for them for 12 years and has an excellent safety record. They also confirmed that there was indeed a fatal chairlift accident in 1987 involving a man named Samuel Green, though they declined to provide details about the incident. What they did tell me was interesting. The current chairlift at Clingman's Dome was built on the same route as the old ski resort chairlift that was dismantled after the 1987 accident. They reused some of the concrete foundations and cable anchors from the original system, integrating them into the newer installation for cost efficiency. Sometimes it seems we can't escape the past as easily as we think. Sometimes it rises up through the mist to remind us that the mountains remember everything and everyone who has ever called them home. The sun's starting to rise outside my studio windows, folks, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. But we're not done with our journey through the dark corners of America's most beautiful places. We've got more stories ahead, voices from the wilderness that refuse to be silenced by time or distance. Coming up, we'll hear from Cordelia Ravencrest, a conservation specialist at Acadia National Park, who discovered that some bridges connect more than just two pieces of land. But first, I want to share something that arrived with Dr. Walsh's package, a photograph taken by a tourist at Clingman's Dome last weekend. In the background, you can see the chairlift cables disappearing into the mist. And if you look very carefully at one of the chairs visible in the distance, you might notice something unusual. It appears to be occupied, even though the lift was shut down for the season 2 weeks ago. The night may be ending, but the stories never do. They linger in the mist, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves to those brave enough to listen. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. Stay with us as we continue our journey into the unknown. Dawn is breaking over the mountains now, folks, painting my studio in shades of amber and rose. Normally, this is when I'd be wrapping up the show, when the darkness releases its hold and the mundane world reasserts itself. But there's something about tonight, this morning, that feels different. The stories keep coming, each one more compelling than the last, and I find myself reluctant to let go of the night's mysteries. Besides, we've got listeners checking in from all over the country, and many of you are just starting your own dark hours. Time zones mean that somewhere, it's always midnight, always the witching hour when the impossible becomes possible. Our next story takes us about as far from the desert southwest as you can get while staying within our borders, to the rugged coastline of Maine, where Acadia National Park sprawls across Mount Desert Island like a jewel set in the North Atlantic. It's a place of stark beauty, where granite cliffs meet crashing waves and ancient forests whisper secrets in languages older than human memory. The letter I'm about to share came to me through channels that are becoming all too familiar. Another Park Service employee, another resignation submitted without explanation, another story that official channels prefer not to discuss. Helen James worked as a conservation specialist at Acadia for 8 years before submitting her resignation 3 weeks ago. Her letter arrived yesterday, postmarked from Bar Harbor but with no return address. The handwriting is elegant, controlled, but I can see places where the ink has smudged, as if tears fell while she was writing. Let me read you what Helen shared. Dear Mr. Cronkite, I hope this letter reaches you in good health and better spirits than I possess as I write it. I have been a devoted listener to your program for several years, finding comfort in your steady voice during the long Maine winters when darkness comes early and stays late. I never imagined I would have a story worthy of your attention, but recent events have convinced me that some experiences are too important to keep silent. My name is Helen James, and until 3 weeks ago, I was a conservation specialist with the National Park Service at Acadia National Park. I hold a master's degree in environmental science from the University of Maine and have dedicated my career to preserving the natural and cultural heritage of this remarkable place. Acadia is unique among our national parks. Unlike the vast wilderness areas of the West, it exists in harmony with local communities that have called Mount Desert Island home for generations. The park encompasses 47,000 acres of forests, lakes, mountains, and coastline, but it also includes private properties, working fishing villages, and summer communities that date back to the Gilded Age. Part of my job involved maintaining the extensive network of hiking trails that crisscross the island. These paths range from easy carriage roads suitable for families to challenging mountain routes that test even experienced hikers. Many of the trails were originally built by wealthy summer residents in the late 1800s, designed to showcase the island's natural beauty while providing access to remote areas. One of my favorite locations was the trail system around Jordan Pond, a pristine glacial lake nestled between two distinctive peaks known as the Bubbles. The area is popular with visitors because of its relatively easy hiking and spectacular views. But it also contains some of the park's most historically significant features. Among these is the Jordan Pond Bridge, a wooden footbridge that spans the narrow outlet where the pond drains toward the ocean. The current bridge was built in 1987, replacing an earlier structure that dated to the 1930s. It's a simple but elegant design, cedar planks supported by pressure-treated posts with rope railings that blend naturally into the surrounding forest. The bridge serves both practical and aesthetic purposes. It allows hikers to cross the outlet without wading through potentially dangerous water, and it provides a perfect vantage point for photographing the pond and the mountains beyond. During peak season, hundreds of visitors use it daily. But the bridge has always had an unusual reputation among park staff. Nothing dramatic or well documented, just a collection of minor incidents and strange reports that accumulate over time. Hikers occasionally reported feeling uneasy while crossing it, especially during overcast weather or in the early morning mist. Some mentioned seeing movement in their peripheral vision, as if someone else was on the bridge when they knew they were alone. I'd heard these stories during my orientation, but I filed them away as typical folklore, the kind of local legends that develop around any isolated location. Every park has its ghost stories, its allegedly haunted areas where sensitive visitors report unusual experiences. Most of the time, these reports can be attributed to natural phenomena, wildlife activity, or simply the psychological effects of being alone in a wild place. I had no reason to think the Jordan Pond Bridge was any different until the morning of October 31st. I know what you're thinking, Halloween, how convenient. But I assure you the date was purely coincidental. I was conducting a routine trail inspection, something I did monthly throughout the hiking season to check for erosion damage, fallen trees, or other hazards that might affect visitor safety. The weather that morning was typical for late October in Maine. Temperature in the low 40s, humidity near saturation, with a thick fog that reduced visibility to maybe 20 feet. The kind of morning when every tree trunk looks like a person and every shadow could be hiding something unexpected. I started my inspection at dawn, planning to cover the entire Jordan Pond loop before the first tourists arrived around 9 o'clock. The fog was thicker than usual, but I'd done this route dozens of times and could navigate it blindfolded. Besides, the reduced visibility would make it easier to spot potential problems. Loose handrails, damaged boardwalks, anything that might pose a safety hazard. I reached the Jordan Pond Bridge around 7:30, just as the fog was beginning to thin slightly with the rising sun. The bridge appeared normal at first glance. Cedar planks still solid, rope railings intact, no obvious structural problems. But as I stepped onto the wooden surface, I noticed something unusual. The bridge was wet, not just damp from the fog, but soaking wet, as if someone had hosed it down with a fire hose. Water was dripping from the railings and pooling between the deck boards. But there had been no rain in the past 48 hours, and fog alone wouldn't create that much moisture. I knelt down and touched the water. It was ice cold, much colder than the ambient temperature, and it had a mineral smell that reminded me of deep well water or underground springs. But the bridge was built over a surface outlet, not any kind of underground water source. As I stood up, I heard footsteps on the wooden planks behind me. Slow, deliberate steps, accompanied by the squeak of wet shoes on wood. I turned around expecting to see an early morning hiker, but the bridge was empty. The footsteps continued, moving from the far end of the bridge toward where I was standing. I could hear them clearly, the distinct sound of someone walking on wet wood, but I could see no one. The fog was thick, but not thick enough to completely hide a person walking just a few feet away. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" The footsteps stopped immediately. In the silence that followed, I could hear water dripping from the bridge railings and the distant sound of waves against the rocky shoreline, but no response to my greeting. I moved toward the spot where the footsteps had seemed to originate, my own boots splashing through puddles that shouldn't have existed. As I walked, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. My footprints were visible in the water on the wooden planks, but there were other prints too. Wet impressions that appeared to be from bare feet, much smaller than my boots, a woman's feet from the size and shape. The prints led from one end of the bridge to the other, as if someone had walked the entire length. But as I followed them, they became fainter, less distinct, until they disappeared completely about halfway across. That's when I saw her. She was standing at the far end of the bridge, just at the edge of my vision in the swirling fog. A young woman in what appeared to be a long dress or coat that hung down to her ankles. Her hair was dark and wet, plastered to her head and shoulders as if she'd just emerged from water. She was facing away from me, looking out over the pond toward the mountains beyond. Her posture suggested someone deep in thought or contemplation, completely unaware of my presence. "Excuse me," I called out, raising my voice to carry through the fog. "The bridge isn't officially open yet. You'll need to use the alternate trail until I finish my inspection." She didn't respond or acknowledge me in any way. Didn't even turn around. I started walking toward her, planning to explain the situation more directly. But as I got closer, something about her appearance began to disturb me. Her clothes were completely saturated with water, hanging limp and heavy like wet curtains. Water was streaming from her hair and dress, creating a growing puddle around her feet. She looked like someone who had just been pulled from the water, someone who was drowning or had drowned. "Miss?" I called out again, now close enough that she should have been able to hear me clearly. "Are you all right? Do you need assistance?" That's when she turned around. I've seen drowning victims before. I've worked on rescue operations, seen bodies recovered from lakes and rivers throughout Maine. But nothing prepared me for what I saw when that woman turned to face me. Her skin was white as marble, with a blue-gray tinge around her lips and fingertips that indicated prolonged exposure to cold water. Her eyes were open but unfocused, staring past me rather than at me. Water streamed continuously from her mouth and nose, as if her lungs were still full of pond water that refused to drain. But the most disturbing thing was her expression. She looked confused, lost, like someone trying to remember something important. When she opened her mouth to speak, water poured out along with her words. "I can't find the path," she said in a voice that sounded like it was coming from underwater. "I was supposed to meet him at the carriage road, but I can't find the path." I backed away instinctively, my rational mind trying to process what I was seeing. This wasn't possible. People didn't walk around in that condition unless they were actively drowning, and no one could speak coherently while water was pouring from their lungs. "What's your name?" I managed to ask, my voice barely steady. "What path are you looking for?" "Emily," she replied, though the name was distorted by the water flowing from her mouth. "Emily Cooper. Patrick said he would wait for me at the carriage road. We were going to watch the sunrise over Cadillac Mountain." Emily Cooper. The name was familiar, though I couldn't immediately place it. It sounded like something from Acadia's historical records, maybe one of the wealthy summer residents from the early 1900s. "Emily, when were you supposed to meet Patrick?" I asked, though part of me already suspected the answer. "This morning," she said, confusion evident in her waterlogged voice. "October 31st, 1924. He proposed to me yesterday evening, and we planned to celebrate by watching the sunrise together. But I can't find the carriage road. Everything looks different in the fog." 1924. 98 years ago. "Emily, I think you're confused about the date. It's 2022 now. You've been gone for a very long time." She stared at me with those unfocused eyes, water still streaming from her nose and mouth. For a moment, understanding seemed to flicker across her features. Then her expression changed to one of profound sadness. "Gone?" she whispered. "But Patrick is waiting for me. He said he would wait." "Emily, what happened to you? How did you end up in the water?" She looked down at her waterlogged dress, seeming to notice her condition for the first time. When she looked back up, there were tears mixing with the pond water on her cheeks. "I was trying to cross," she said. The old bridge was slippery from the fog. I lost my footing and fell into the outlet. The current was stronger than I expected. I tried to swim back to shore, but my dress was so heavy with water, it pulled me down, pulled me under. As she spoke, she began to fade, not disappearing suddenly, but becoming translucent, like mist dispersing in sunlight. I could see the fog and trees behind her becoming visible through her form. "Wait," I called out, stepping toward where she had been standing. "Margaret, wait!" But she was already gone. The bridge was empty except for me and the slowly evaporating puddles of impossibly cold water. I stood there for a long time, trying to process what I had experienced. Then I walked quickly back to my truck and drove straight to the park's research library. It took me 3 hours of searching through historical documents and newspaper archives, but I found her. Emily Cooper, age 23, daughter of prominent Boston industrialist Charles Cooper. She had been staying at the family's summer cottage on Mount Desert Island in October 1924 when she disappeared. According to the newspaper accounts, Emily had left the cottage early on the morning of October 31st to meet her fiancé, Patrick Baker, for a sunrise hike. When she failed to appear at their planned meeting spot, Patrick organized a search party. Her body was discovered 3 days later in Jordan Pond, approximately 50 yards downstream from the old wooden bridge that had existed at that time. The coroner ruled her death an accidental drowning. The newspaper noted that the original bridge had been considered unsafe for several years prior to the accident, with several reports of visitors slipping on the moss-covered planks during foggy conditions. Patrick Baker never married. He continued to visit Mount Desert Island every October for the rest of his life, always staying at the same hotel, always visiting Jordan Pond on the anniversary of Emily's death. Local residents reported seeing him sitting by the water for hours, as if waiting for someone who would never come. He died in 1967, still a bachelor, still keeping his annual vigil. Mr. Cronkite, I returned to the Jordan Pond Bridge the next day, this time with a colleague and a digital camera. The bridge was dry, no sign of the mysterious water that had covered it during my encounter with Emily. But when I reviewed the photographs later, I found something that made my hands shake. In one image, taken from the same spot where I had seen Emily, there's a faint figure visible in the background, translucent, barely discernible, but unmistakably human. A woman in a long dress, standing exactly where Emily had been. The photograph is dated October 31st, 2022. Exactly 98 years after Emily Cooper drowned, trying to cross that outlet to meet her fiancé. I submitted my resignation the following week. Not because I was afraid, but because I realized that some places hold on to their stories too tightly to let them go. Emily has been looking for that carriage road for nearly a century, trying to find her way to Patrick, unaware that he waited for her every year until his own death. Some love stories don't end with death. Some continue long after the living world has moved on, playing out again and again in the places where they began. I hope that Emily and Patrick have found each other now. I hope that somewhere beyond the fog and the years, they're finally watching that sunrise together on Cadillac Mountain, but I won't be going back to check. Some vigils are too sacred to disturb. Thank you for listening to my story, Mr. Cronkite. Thank you for providing a place where the impossible can be shared and believed. With deepest respect, Helen James, former conservation specialist, Acadia National Park. Helen's letter came with that photograph she mentioned, and I have to tell you folks, it's genuinely unsettling. You can see the bridge clearly, the fog swirling around the trees, and there, barely visible but undeniably present, the outline of a figure in the distance. I reached out to Acadia National Park to verify Helen's story. They confirmed her 8-year employment record and described her as one of their most dedicated and reliable staff members. They seemed genuinely surprised by her resignation, calling it unexpected and out of character. When I asked about the Jordan Pond Bridge specifically, there was a telling pause. The park historian I spoke with eventually admitted that they've had recurring reports of unusual experiences in that area, particularly around the anniversary of what he called a historical incident from the 1920s. He also mentioned something interesting. The Park Service has been considering replacing the current wooden bridge with a more modern concrete structure, partly for maintenance reasons, but also because of what he termed visitor safety concerns related to the location's reputation. Seems like Emily's story has been affecting people for decades, even if they don't always understand what they're experiencing. But here's what really gets me about Helen's account. The details she provided about Emily Cooper and Patrick Baker match perfectly with the historical records I was able to track down through newspaper archives and genealogy databases. These aren't famous people or well-known stories. They're footnotes in local history that would require dedicated research to uncover. Either Helen is an exceptionally gifted researcher who created an elaborate fiction, or she genuinely encountered the spirit of a woman who's been lost in the fog for 98 years. The morning light is getting stronger now, folks, streaming through my studio windows and reminding me that the ordinary world is still here, still solid and predictable. But nights like this make me wonder how thin the boundary really is between what we call real and what we dismiss as impossible. We've got more stories ahead, voices from the wilderness that refuse to stay buried in history. Coming up, we'll hear from Bartholomew Crowthorne, who discovered that some geological formations in Yosemite have messages that predate human history. But first, I want to share one more detail from Cordelia's package. Along with her letter and that haunting photograph, she included a pressed flower, a water lily that she said she found on the bridge the morning after her encounter with Margaret. Water lilies don't grow in the fast-moving outlet where the Jordan Pond Bridge is located. They prefer still, shallow water like you'd find in the deeper parts of the pond itself. But according to the historical accounts I found, water lilies were Margaret Ashford's favorite flower. Edwin had planned to present her with a bouquet of them when she met him at the carriage road that morning in 1924. Some gifts, it seems, wait nearly a century to be delivered. The night is ending, but the stories never do. They linger in the mist, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves to those brave enough to listen. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. Stay with us as we continue our journey into the unknown. The sun is fully up now, folks, casting long golden rays through the pine trees outside my studio. Most radio hosts would be signing off about now, handing the airwaves over to morning news and traffic reports. But we're not most radio shows, are we? We're here for the stories that don't fit into daylight hours, the experiences that demand darkness to be properly understood. And judging by the messages flooding my phone lines, many of you are just settling in for your own evening of mysteries. Night shift workers, insomniacs, travelers crossing time zones, you're all part of our extended family of darkness dwellers. So let's continue our journey through the unexplained corners of America's most beautiful places. Our next story brings us back to California, to the granite cathedrals of Yosemite Valley. We've been there once already tonight, with Serafina's haunting encounter at Glacier Point. But Yosemite is vast. containing multitudes of mysteries within its 1,200 square miles of wilderness. The account I'm about to share came to me through the most traditional channel possible, an old-fashioned letter handwritten on Park Service stationery and delivered by regular mail. The sender is Jonathan Wright, a wilderness guide and climbing instructor who's worked in Yosemite for 15 years. Jonathan, John to his friends, specializes in technical climbing routes on the park's famous granite formations. He's guided everyone from nervous tourists attempting their first multi-pitch climbs to elite alpinists preparing for expeditions to the world's highest peaks. His knowledge of Yosemite's vertical landscape is encyclopedic, his reputation impeccable, which makes his story all the more compelling. Here's what John wrote. Dear Mr. Cronkite, I've been wrestling with whether to write this letter for 3 months now. Every time I sit down to put my experience into words, I find myself questioning not just what I saw, but my own sanity. I'm a man of science, trained in geology, and experienced in the rational assessment of natural phenomena. What I'm about to describe challenges everything I thought I knew about the world. My name is Jonathan Wright, and I'm a certified climbing guide with the Yosemite Mountaineering School. I've been climbing in the valley for 18 years, 15 of them professionally with the Park Service. I know every route, every crack system, every anchor point on the major formations. El Capitan, Half Dome, Cathedral Rocks. They're as familiar to me as the rooms in my own house. My specialty is guiding clients on multi-day climbs of the big walls of the massive granite faces that make Yosemite famous throughout the climbing world. These routes can take anywhere from 12 hours to several days to complete, requiring climbers to sleep in hanging bivouacs hundreds of feet above the valley floor. It's demanding work, both physically and mentally. You're responsible not just for your own safety, but for the lives of people who've entrusted themselves to your judgment and expertise. There's no room for distraction, no tolerance for anything that might compromise concentration or decision-making. Which is why what happened on Half Dome 3 months ago has shaken me so deeply. I was guiding a 2-day ascent of the regular northwest face, a classic route that attracts climbers from around the world. My clients were Timothy Clark and Amanda Reed, a married couple from San Francisco celebrating their 10th wedding anniversary with their first big wall climb. Both were experienced rock climbers, but this was their introduction to multi-day vertical camping. The weather forecast was perfect: clear skies, light winds, temperatures in the 70s. We started the approach hike at dawn, carrying enough food, water, and equipment for 2 days on the wall. The plan was to climb about 200 feet the first day, bivouac at a comfortable ledge system, then complete the remaining 800 feet to the summit on day 2. Everything went according to plan for the first day. We made good time up the initial pitches, stopping frequently to let Timothy and Amanda get comfortable with the exposure and the multi-pitch climbing systems. By late afternoon, we'd reached our planned bivouac site, a spacious ledge about 200 feet above the valley floor. The ledge is one of the most comfortable camping spots on Half Dome, large enough for 3 people to sleep comfortably with room for gear and cooking equipment. It's protected from rockfall by an overhang above and offers spectacular views across the valley to El Capitan and the cathedral spires. We set up our sleeping systems as the sun began to set, cooking dinner on a small camp stove and enjoying the gradually changing light on the granite walls around us. Timothy and Amanda were excited but tired, marveling at finding themselves suspended halfway up one of the world's most famous rock faces. I'd climbed this route dozens of times before, but I never got tired of the experience. There's something profound about sleeping on a ledge down 200 feet above the ground, about being so intimately connected to the rock that forms the backbone of the Sierra Nevada range. As darkness fell, we settled into our sleeping bags and prepared for a night under the stars. The weather was perfect. Clear skies, no wind, temperature in the mid-50s, ideal conditions for sleeping outdoors on a granite ledge. I was just drifting off when I heard Timothy whisper, "John, what's that scratching sound?" I listened carefully. There was indeed a scratching noise, rhythmic and deliberate, like someone carving into stone with a metal tool. It seemed to be coming from the rock face directly above our ledge. "Probably just thermal expansion," I whispered back. "Granite makes all kinds of sounds as it cools down after a hot day. Nothing to worry about." But the scratching continued, growing louder and more pronounced. It definitely sounded like deliberate carving, not random thermal stress. And it was coming from a specific location, not moving around as you'd expect from natural settling. Amanda sat up in her sleeping bag. "That really does sound like someone chiseling stone." I grabbed my headlamp and pointed the beam upward, scanning the rock face above us. The granite was smooth and featureless, showing no signs of recent rockfall or any other activity that might explain the sound. But the scratching continued, accompanied now by a softer sound that I couldn't immediately identify. Something rhythmic and whispered, like someone speaking very quietly while they worked. "Is there another climbing party above us?" Timothy asked. "Maybe someone working late to set up anchors for tomorrow?" I shook my head. "We're the only party on this route today." "I checked with the rangers before we started, and no one climbs at night on technical terrain like this." The scratching grew louder, more insistent, and now I could hear the whispered sounds more clearly. They weren't random. They had the cadence and rhythm of speech, though I couldn't make out any actual words. I climbed out of my sleeping bag and moved to the back of the ledge where I could get a better angle on the rock face above. My headlamp beam swept across the granite, looking for any sign of movement or activity. That's when I saw it. About 15 feet above our bivouac site, someone had carved words into the granite. Fresh words, the cuts bright and clean against the weathered rock surface. They appeared to be written in English, though the font was archaic, like something from a historical document. "Don't look back" was carved in letters about 6 inches tall, the words stretching across a smooth section of rock that I knew had been blank when we'd climbed past it earlier in the day. I stared at the inscription, trying to process what I was seeing. You don't carve words into granite quickly or quietly. It would take hours of work with specialized tools to create letters that deep and precise. And the rock face above us was nearly vertical, requiring advanced climbing skills just to access. "John?" Amanda's voice was tight with concern. "What do you see up there?" I didn't answer immediately. The scratching sound had stopped, but now there was something else. A soft tapping, like someone drumming their fingers against stone. And the whispered speech was continuing, though still too quiet to understand. I moved my headlamp beam around the carved words, looking for any sign of who might have created them. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The granite around the inscription was warm. Not just retaining heat from the day, but actively warm, as if someone with a high fever had been pressed against it. I could feel the heat radiating down to our ledge, creating a small thermal gradient in the cool night air. "Bart, seriously, what's going on up there?" Marcus was out of his sleeping bag now, his own headlamp sweeping the rock face. "There's an inscription," I said finally. "Someone carved words into the rock above us." "That's impossible," Jennifer said. "We would have seen it when we climbed past." She was right. The route goes directly past that section of rock, and I'd been watching it carefully for loose stones or other hazards. The inscription definitely hadn't been there during our ascent. The tapping sound was getting louder, more urgent, and now I could make out some of the whispered words. Behind you, don't turn around, keep climbing. Against every instinct, I turned around to look behind me, toward the valley floor far below. What I saw there will haunt me for the rest of my life. Standing on the edge of our ledge, silhouetted against the starlit valley, was a figure in climbing gear. Not modern equipment, but old-style gear from maybe the 1950s or 60s. Hemp rope, leather boots, a canvas pack. The figure was tall and thin, with the weathered appearance of someone who'd spent years in the mountains. He was facing away from us, looking down into the valley as if studying something far below. His posture suggested infinite patience, like someone who had been standing there for hours and was prepared to wait for hours more. "Who is that?" Timothy whispered, his voice barely audible. I didn't answer because I was studying the figure more carefully, trying to understand what I was seeing. The climber appeared solid and real, but something about him seemed off. His outline was too sharp against the starlight, his stillness too complete. Real people move constantly, shifting their weight, adjusting their position. This figure was motionless as a statue. Then he turned around. His face was gaunt and weathered, with deep-set eyes that reflected our headlamp beams like mirrors. But what struck me most was his expression, profound sadness mixed with urgent warning. He was trying to tell us something, communicate some crucial information that he couldn't put into words. He raised one arm and pointed back up the rock face toward the carved inscription. Then he pointed down into the valley and finally back at us. The message seemed clear. Read the words, understand the warning, don't make the same mistake. "Can you hear me?" I called out softly. The figure nodded once, then began to fade. Not disappearing suddenly, but becoming translucent, like mist dispersing in a breeze. Within seconds, he was gone completely, leaving only the three of us on the ledge and the impossible inscription carved into the rock above. We didn't sleep much that night. We took turns keeping watch, though I'm not sure what we thought we were watching for. The scratching sounds didn't return, but the whispered speech continued sporadically until just before dawn. When the sun rose and we could see clearly, I climbed up to examine the inscription more closely. The carving was definitely real, deep cuts in solid granite that would have taken hours to create with proper tools. But there was something strange about the letters themselves. They appeared to be weathered, as if they'd been there for decades rather than hours. The edges were rounded, the surfaces darkened with age. Whatever process had created them seemed to have accelerated the normal weathering that would take years to occur naturally. I took photographs of the inscription and the surrounding rock face. When we completed our climb later that day and returned to the valley, I began researching historical climbing accidents on Half Dome. What I found explained everything and nothing. In September 1964, a climber named Benjamin Flores fell to his death from approximately the same location where we'd seen the ghostly figure. He was attempting a solo ascent of the regular northwest face when he apparently lost his footing and fell 1,200 feet to the valley floor. The accident report noted that Flores's body was found with his climbing gear still properly arranged, suggesting that the fall wasn't caused by equipment failure. The investigating ranger speculated that he might have been startled by something and stepped backward off the ledge. Benjamin Flores was known for carving his initials and motivational phrases into rock faces throughout the Sierra Nevada. Park rangers had cited him several times for vandalism, but he continued the practice despite warnings and fines. His favorite phrase, according to friends who climbed with him, was, "Don't look back." He carved it at the top of difficult routes as a reminder to keep moving forward, to not let fear or doubt undermine confidence. Mr. Cronkite. I've been back to that ledge 3 times since our encounter, always during daylight hours with other guides. The inscription remains exactly as we found it that night, weathered and aged despite being freshly carved. Park officials have tried to remove it with various methods, but the words seem to be cut deeper into the rock than should be physically possible. More troubling, other guides have begun reporting similar experiences on routes throughout the park. Inscriptions appearing overnight on previously blank rock faces, always warnings about specific hazards or historical accident sites, always in the same archaic font, always accompanied by the sounds of carving and whispered speech. I think Benjamin Flores is still climbing in Yosemite, still trying to help others avoid the mistake that cost him his life. The inscription wasn't a threat, it was a warning. Don't look back. Don't let fear or surprise cause you to lose your footing on a narrow ledge gone 200 feet above the valley floor. I've continued guiding climbs on Half Dome, but I always brief my clients about the inscription now. I tell them it's a historical marker, a reminder of climbing's inherent dangers. I don't mention the ghostly figure or the impossible circumstances of its creation. Some knowledge is too dangerous to share with people who are already pushing their physical and psychological limits on vertical rock faces. But sometimes, when I'm bivouacked on that ledge and the granite begins its nightly cooling, I find myself listening for the sound of careful carving, listening for Benjamin Flores's whispered warnings, his ongoing effort to protect climbers who follow the routes he once loved. The mountains remember everyone who's ever touched them, Mr. Cronkite. They remember the triumphant and the tragic, the living and the dead. And sometimes, when conditions are right and the need is great enough, they allow the past to reach out and touch the present. Some warnings are too important to be silenced by death. Respectfully, Jonathan Wright, Certified Mountain Guide, Yosemite Mountaineering School. John's letter came with photographs that I've spent considerable time examining. The inscription on the granite is clearly visible, and the weathered appearance he describes is unmistakable. What's particularly striking is the professional quality of the carving. These aren't rough scratches, but precisely cut letters that would require considerable skill and time to create. I reached out to Yosemite's climbing rangers to verify John's account. They confirmed his employment and described him as one of their most experienced and reliable guides. When I asked about the inscription specifically, there was a long pause before the ranger said, "We're aware of it. We've had discussions about how to handle the situation." He also confirmed that Benjamin Flores died in a climbing accident on Half Dome in 1964 under circumstances matching John's description. What he didn't mention, and what I discovered through newspaper archives, is that Flores's final words to his climbing partner that morning were reportedly, "Don't look back, just keep climbing." The same phrase that appeared carved in granite 58 years later. But here's what really intrigues me about Bart's story. He's the third person tonight who's encountered spirits that seem focused on protecting others rather than seeking revenge or resolution. Jackson Morley watching over train passengers, Catherine Winters trying to communicate from her fire lookout, and now Robert Ashworth carving warnings into stone. Maybe death doesn't always end our responsibilities. Maybe some people are so dedicated to protecting others that not even the grave can stop them from continuing their work. The morning light is streaming through my studio now, folks, but our night of mysteries isn't over yet. We've got more stories from the wild places, more voices from beyond the veil of ordinary experience. Coming up, we'll hear from Evangeline Thornfield, who discovered that the sounds echoing through Bryce Canyon's ventilation systems don't always originate from the machinery. But first, I want to share something that arrived with Bart's letter, a small piece of granite that he chipped from the rock face near the inscription. He wrote on the accompanying note, "Still warm to the touch, even 3 months later." I can confirm that assessment. The stone fragment is sitting on my desk right now, and it radiates a gentle heat that has nothing to do with the temperature in my studio. Some mysteries refuse to cool down no matter how much time passes. The night is ending, but the stories never do. They're carved into the landscape itself, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves to those brave enough to look. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. We'll be right back with more tales from the darkness. The sun is well above the horizon now, folks, painting my studio in warm honey light that should, by all rights, be chasing away the shadows and mysteries of the night. But some stories carry their own darkness, immune to the passage of time or the arrival of dawn. The tale I'm about to share with you is one of those stories. Before we continue, I want to acknowledge our growing audience of shift workers, international listeners, and chronic insomniacs who've been with us through this entire nocturnal journey. Your messages and calls remind me that somewhere in the world it's always the witching hour, always time for the impossible to make itself known. Our next story takes us to Utah, to one of the most visually stunning landscapes in North America, Bryce Canyon National Park. Despite its name, Bryce isn't actually a canyon, but a series of natural amphitheaters carved into the eastern edge of the Paunsaugunt Plateau. The park is famous for its hoodoos, towering spires of red and orange limestone that create an otherworldly landscape unlike anything else on Earth. The account I'm about to share came to me through a source I'd rather not identify. Let's just say that certain government agencies occasionally have employees who need to share experiences that fall outside the scope of their official duties. The envelope arrived with no return address, postmarked from Salt Lake City, containing a single-spaced typed report that reads like a technical manual for the supernatural. The author identifies herself as Evangeline Thornfield, a mechanical engineer specializing in HVAC systems for extreme environments. She's worked on projects ranging from Antarctic research stations to underground military facilities, always dealing with the challenge of moving air through confined spaces where human life depends on proper ventilation. Her assignment at Bryce Canyon was supposed to be routine maintenance. What she discovered instead will make you think twice about the sounds you hear in the walls of any building. Here's Evangeline's report. Incident Report, Classified Preliminary. Subject: Anomalous acoustic phenomena in Visitor Center Ventilation System. Location: Bryce Canyon National Park, Utah. Date: November 3 to 7th, 2022. Prepared by E. Thornfield, Mechanical Engineer, Federal Facilities Management. Background: I am Evangeline Thornfield, a certified mechanical engineer with 15 years of experience in HVAC system design and maintenance for federal facilities. My security clearance allows me to work on projects involving sensitive installations, though I must note that Bryce Canyon National Park does not fall under any classified designation. I was contracted by the National Park Service to upgrade the ventilation system in the Bryce Canyon Visitor Center, a 12,000 square foot facility that serves approximately 2.5 million visitors annually. The existing system was installed in 1987 and had become inadequate for current usage levels, creating air quality issues during peak visitation periods. The upgrade project involved installing new ductwork throughout the building, replacing air handling units, and implementing a computerized control system for optimal efficiency. The work was scheduled for the first week of November, during the park's off-season when visitor numbers are minimal, and the building could be temporarily closed to the public. Some initial observations. I arrived at Bryce Canyon on November 2nd and began preliminary assessment of the existing ventilation system on November 3rd. The visitor center is a modern structure built into the natural landscape with large windows offering panoramic views of the amphitheater's famous hoodoos. The building is designed to blend with the environment while providing contemporary amenities for park visitors. The existing HVAC system was typical of 1980s federal construction, functional but inefficient, with oversized equipment and poorly designed ductwork that created noise issues and uneven temperature distribution. My initial plan was to complete the upgrade within 5 days, working primarily during evening hours when the building was unoccupied. The building's mechanical room is located in the basement level, accessed through a maintenance corridor that runs beneath the main visitor areas. The space houses the air handling units, electrical panels, and the central distribution point for the ductwork that serves the entire facility. Anomalous incidents. Day 1, November 3rd. Work began at 8:00 p.m. after the last park employees had departed. I was alone in the building, which is standard procedure for this type of maintenance work. The first task involved mapping the existing ductwork and identifying optimal locations for the new air distribution system. At approximately 10:30 p.m., while working in the mechanical room, I heard sounds coming through the ventilation system that were inconsistent with normal building operations. The sounds were rhythmic and appeared to originate from within the ductwork itself, traveling through the system like acoustic waves in a confined space. Initial assessment suggested possible wildlife intrusion, rodents or birds that had entered the system through damaged external vents. However, the sounds were too regular and too loud to be consistent with small animal activity. I activated my recording equipment, standard procedure for documenting system performance, and captured approximately 40 minutes of audio data. Analysis of the recordings revealed structured acoustic patterns that resembled human vocalization, though the frequencies were outside normal speech ranges. Anomalous incidents. Day 2, November 4th. Returned to work at 8:00 p.m. Conducted thorough inspection of all accessible ductwork using fiber optic camera equipment. No evidence of wildlife intrusion or structural damage that might explain the previous night's acoustic phenomena. At 11:15 p.m., while installing new ductwork in the basement corridor, I heard clear vocalization coming through the ventilation system. The sounds were unmistakably human speech, though heavily distorted by echo and reverberation within the metal ducts. The voice appeared to be female, young adult, speaking in what sounded like distressed or panicked tones. Words were largely unintelligible due to acoustic distortion, but emotional content was clearly audible. I attempted to locate the source of the voice by following the ductwork through the building. The sounds appeared to move through the system, starting in one area and traveling to others in patterns that didn't correspond to normal airflow directions. At 11:47 p.m., the voice became clearer and more urgent. I was able to distinguish several phrases: "Can't breathe," "So hot," "Need help," "The tunnels," "I can't find the way out," "Someone please," "I'm trapped." I immediately contacted park security using my emergency radio. Response team arrived at 12:23 a.m. and conducted thorough search of the building and surrounding area. No evidence of unauthorized personnel or emergency situations was discovered. Anomalous incidents. Day 3, November 5th. Attempted to continue work despite previous incidents. Began installation of new air handling units in mechanical room. Brought additional recording equipment and environmental monitoring devices to better document any unusual phenomena. At 9:45 p.m., detected significant temperature anomalies within the ductwork. Thermal imaging revealed hotspots, moving through the system in patterns that defied normal thermodynamic principles. Temperature readings ranged from 95 to 110 degrees Fahrenheit in areas where ambient air should have been 65 degrees. At 10:30 p.m., vocalizations resumed with increased intensity and clarity. Voice was definitely female, young, and in extreme distress. Could clearly hear, "The red rocks, they're closing in, can't see the sky. I fell down here. How long ago? Can't remember. My legs are broken. Can't climb out. Someone help me." The emotional content was so distressing that I temporarily suspended work and attempted to respond to the voice through the ventilation system. Called out questions and offers of assistance, but received no direct response. At 11:15 p.m., the voice changed tone, becoming more conversational and less panicked. "You can hear me? Finally, someone can hear me. I've been calling for so long. Years, maybe. Hard to tell time down here. My name is Rebecca. Rebecca Hartwell. I was hiking in the canyons." I engaged in conversation through the ductwork, though I felt professionally and personally conflicted about the situation. The voice claimed to be trapped in underground passages beneath the park, though no such passages exist in the known geology of the area. Research and investigation. Following the third night's incidents, I suspended work and conducted research into possible explanations for the phenomena. Review of park records revealed several relevant historical incidents. 1. In August 1989, Linda Diaz, age 22, disappeared while hiking alone in Bryce Canyon. She was last seen on the Navajo Loop Trail, one of the park's most popular hiking routes that descends into the Hoodoo formations. 2. Extensive search and rescue operations continued for 2 weeks. Ms. Diaz's body was never recovered, though personal items, water bottle, hiking boots, were found at the bottom of a deep slot canyon approximately 3 miles from the main trail system. 3. The slot canyon where her belongings were discovered is extremely narrow and deep, with vertical walls that would make escape impossible without technical climbing equipment. The space is too confined for helicopter rescue and too dangerous for human searchers to access. 4. Park officials concluded that Ms. Diaz had likely fallen into the slot canyon and died from injuries sustained in the fall. Recovery of remains was deemed impossible due to the inaccessible nature of the location. Continuation of phenomena. Armed with this historical context, I resumed work on November 6th with additional recording equipment and a more structured approach to documenting the acoustic phenomena. The voice resumed at 10:15 p.m., more coherent and communicative than previous nights. "Linda Diaz, yes, that's me. You found my records? I remember now. I was trying to photograph the hoodoos from below, got turned around in the maze. Fell through a crack in the rock, landed hard, legs definitely broken. It's so narrow down here. Walls almost touch. Can barely see the sky." Through extended conversation, I learned that Linda's voice was somehow being conducted through underground geological formations and transmitted into the building's ventilation system. The thermal anomalies appeared to correspond to her presence moving through confined spaces deep beneath the park. She described her situation in increasing detail. Trapped in a slot canyon approximately 200 feet below surface level, unable to climb due to injuries and smooth rock walls, limited water supply from seasonal seepage, extreme temperature variations between day and night, psychological distress from prolonged isolation and confinement. Most disturbing revelation. During our final conversation on November 7th, Linda revealed information that forced me to reconsider the nature of our interaction. "How long did you say I've been down here?" 33 years? That can't be right. I brought enough food for 2 days. Wait. You said my body was never found? But I'm right here. I'm talking to you. The voice became increasingly agitated as the implications became clear. Am I dead? Is that what you're telling me? But I can think. I can feel the cold. I can hear you. How can I be dead if I'm still conscious? Final incident and project termination. At 11:52 p.m. on November 7th, the voice made a final statement that convinced me to terminate the project immediately. I understand now. I've been calling for help for 33 years. The heat you're detecting, that's my body decomposing in this narrow space. The voice you're hearing, it's my spirit, trapped down here with my remains. Thank you for listening, for believing me, for letting me know I'm not forgotten. The thermal anomalies ceased at 12:07 a.m. on November 8th. No further vocalizations have been detected despite continued monitoring. Conclusions and recommendations. I have completed the HVAC installation as contracted, though I cannot provide standard performance guarantees given the unusual circumstances encountered during the work. The new system operates within normal parameters and shows no signs of the acoustic phenomena documented during the installation period. I recommend that park officials consider the following. 1. Memorial recognition for Linda Diaz at an appropriate location within the park. 2. Continued monitoring of the ventilation system for unusual acoustic activity. 3. Review of safety protocols for solo hiking in slot canyon areas. Personal note. This report documents the most professionally and personally challenging assignment of my career. While I cannot provide scientific explanation for the phenomena encountered, I am confident in the accuracy of my observations and recordings. Linda Diaz deserves to be remembered as more than a missing person case. She was a young woman who loved the outdoors and died tragically while pursuing that passion. If my documentation of her continued presence helps ensure she is not forgotten, then the unusual circumstances of this project have served a meaningful purpose. The thermal readings have returned to normal, and the voice has fallen silent. I believe Linda has finally found peace, knowing that someone heard her story and recorded it for posterity. Some engineering projects involve more than mechanical systems. Sometimes we're asked to build bridges between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Ryan Robinson, P.E. Mechanical Engineer, Federal Facilities Management. Ryan's report came with extensive documentation, thermal imaging data, acoustic recordings, and detailed engineering drawings that show exactly where the phenomena occurred within the building systems. I've had several audio engineers analyze the recordings, and they all confirm the same thing. Human speech, transmitted through metallic ductwork, with acoustic properties that shouldn't be possible given the system's design. When I contacted Bryce Canyon National Park to verify the details about Linda Diaz, they confirmed the basic facts of her disappearance but seemed reluctant to discuss specifics. The ranger I spoke with did mention that they've had recurring maintenance issues with the visitor center's HVAC system, particularly unusual acoustic feedback that requires frequent service calls. He also noted that several employees have reported hearing voices in the building after hours, though most attribute these to wind patterns and acoustic tricks created by the building's unusual architecture. But here's what really struck me about Evangeline's account. The progression from mysterious sounds to clear communication to final resolution follows a pattern we've seen in several of tonight's stories. These aren't random hauntings or chaotic supernatural events. They're purposeful communications from people who need something specific: acknowledgement, remembrance, the simple assurance that their lives and deaths mattered to someone. Rebecca Hartwell spent 33 years trapped in a slot canyon, not just physically but spiritually, unable to move on because no one knew what had happened to her. It took a mechanical engineer working alone in a basement to finally hear her voice and understand her story. Makes you wonder how many other voices are out there calling through systems and structures we've built over their final resting places, waiting for someone to listen. The morning is well advanced now, folks, but we've still got stories to share from the wild places where the impossible becomes routine. Our overnight journey through America's haunted wilderness is far from over. Coming up, we'll hear from Isadora Blackwater, who discovered that some water management systems in Utah carry more than just irrigation flow. But first, I want to share something that Evangeline included with her report. A small piece of red limestone from Bryce Canyon, chipped from the area near where Rebecca's belongings were found. She wrote in the margin, "Still warm after all these years." I can confirm that the stone radiates a gentle heat that has nothing to do with room temperature. It's sitting on my desk next to Bart's granite fragment, both of them quietly defying the laws of thermodynamics. Some memories run deeper than rock, and some voices echo longer than geology should allow. The darkness is lifting outside my studio, but the mysteries remain. They're embedded in the landscape itself, waiting for the right person with the right equipment to finally hear what they've been trying to say. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. We'll return after this brief break with more tales from the borderlands between the known and unknown. The morning light streaming through my studio windows is deceptive, folks. It suggests that our long night of mysteries should be coming to an end, that the rational world of daylight is reasserting its dominion over the shadows. But those of you who've been with me through this entire journey know better. We've learned that some stories transcend the boundaries of time and space, that some voices refuse to be silenced by something as simple as sunrise. And we're far from finished. The letters keep coming. The testimonies keep arriving, each one more compelling than the last. It's as if our broadcast tonight has opened some kind of conduit, allowing voices from the wilderness to finally find an audience willing to listen. Our next account takes us to Oregon, to one of the most pristine and mysterious bodies of water in North America, Crater Lake. Formed nearly 8,000 years ago when Mount Mazama collapsed into itself during a catastrophic volcanic eruption, the lake fills a caldera that plunges to depths of nearly 2,000 feet. It's a place of stark beauty and profound geological significance, where the deep blue waters seem to hold secrets as old as the mountains themselves. The story I'm about to share arrived via a secure data transmission at 3:47 this morning. The sender identified himself as Harold Roberts, though he noted that this is not his real name. The transmission was encrypted using protocols typically reserved for government communications, which tells me that whatever Harold does for a living involves classified information. What he witnessed beneath Crater Lake challenges more than just our understanding of the supernatural. It raises questions about what kinds of facilities our government operates in locations the public never sees. Here's Harold's account. Mr. Cronkite, I'm transmitting this account through secure channels because my official position prevents me from discussing these matters through normal communication methods. What I'm about to share violates several employment agreements, but I believe the public has a right to know about certain phenomena occurring at facilities they fund but never see. For security reasons, I cannot provide my real name or specific details about my clearance level. Call me Harold Roberts. I'm a hydraulic systems engineer with over 20 years of experience in underground facility management. My current assignment involves maintaining water control systems at a subterranean installation beneath Crater Lake National Park. Most visitors to Crater Lake never realize that the pristine wilderness above conceals one of the most sophisticated underground monitoring stations in the Pacific Northwest. The facility was constructed in the 1960s as part of a geological research program, though its current purpose involves activities I'm not authorized to discuss. The installation consists of 3 levels carved directly into the volcanic rock beneath the lake. Access is through a concealed entrance on the rim road leading to a tunnel system that descends 400 feet below the water's surface. The lowest level houses sensitive monitoring equipment that requires precise environmental controls, including temperature, humidity, and water level management. My job involves maintaining the pumping systems that manage water infiltration from the lake above. Despite being carved from solid rock, the facility experiences constant seepage that must be controlled to prevent equipment damage and maintain operational security. It's technically challenging work in a confined, high-pressure environment where failure isn't an option. I've worked at this facility for 8 years without incident. The underground environment is sterile, controlled, and completely isolated from the outside world. During operational periods, staff rotate on 12-hour shifts with minimal overlap to maintain security protocols. Most of the time, particularly during night shifts, I work alone. The incident I'm reporting occurred during the night shift of November 2nd to 3rd, 2022. I was conducting routine maintenance on Pump Station 7, located on the facility's lowest level. This station manages water infiltration from the lake's deepest areas, where hydrostatic pressure creates constant challenges for the structural sealing systems. The pump room is a concrete chamber approximately 20-30 feet, containing 4 industrial pumps capable of moving 10,000 gallons per hour. The room is illuminated by overhead fluorescent fixtures and contains extensive monitoring equipment that tracks water levels, flow rates, and system performance in real time. At approximately 2:15 a.m., while performing diagnostic tests on Pump Unit 3, I heard sounds that weren't consistent with normal mechanical operations. The facility's acoustic environment is predictable. Pumps cycling, water moving through pipes, occasional settling of the volcanic rock overhead. These sounds were different. They appeared to be coming from the water intake pipes themselves, rhythmic tapping like someone knocking on metal from inside the system. The tapping followed patterns that seemed deliberate, almost like Morse code, though I couldn't decipher any specific message. I initially suspected cavitation in the pump impellers, a common problem that creates irregular sounds in high-pressure systems. However, diagnostic equipment showed all pumps operating within normal parameters. The tapping continued for approximately 20 minutes, then stopped abruptly. At 2:47 a.m., the sounds resumed with increased intensity. This time, they were accompanied by changes in water pressure that registered on my monitoring equipment. pressure spikes occurred in sync with the tapping sounds, suggesting that something was actively interfering with water flow within the intake system. I activated emergency protocols and attempted to contact the surface control room for guidance. However, communication systems were experiencing interference that prevented clear transmission. This was unusual but not unprecedented. The facility's deep location and volcanic geology sometimes create electromagnetic anomalies that affect radio equipment. At 3:15 a.m., while attempting to isolate the source of the pressure anomalies, I observed something that forced me to question my own perceptions. The water level indicator for the main intake sump showed a human figure moving beneath the surface. The sump is a concrete chamber that collects lake water before it enters the pumping system. It's approximately 15 feet deep and normally contains only water and automated monitoring equipment. The presence of any living organism should have been impossible. The intake system includes multiple filters and screens designed to prevent debris infiltration. The figure appeared to be an adult male, dressed in what looked like diving equipment from several decades ago. Heavy suit, bulky helmet, equipment that seemed more appropriate for deep sea work than lake diving. He was moving through the water with purpose, examining the intake pipes and occasionally striking them with what appeared to be a metal tool. I activated additional lighting systems to get a clearer view. The figure became more distinct, and I could see that his diving suit bore markings and insignia that I didn't recognize. The helmet design was particularly unusual, much larger and more complex than modern diving equipment with multiple viewing ports and external fittings. The figure seemed aware of my observation because he turned toward the viewing window where I was stationed. Despite the distortion caused by water and the helmet's faceplate, I could see human features underneath. The expression was one of urgent communication, as if he was trying to convey important information but couldn't speak. He began pointing at various parts of the intake system, then at the facility's structural supports, then back at the monitoring equipment I was operating. The message seemed clear. There was something wrong with the installation that required immediate attention. I attempted to activate the sump's drainage system to better communicate with the figure, but the controls were unresponsive. All electrical systems in the pump room began experiencing fluctuations that created strobing effects with the lighting. During one of these electrical surges, I saw the figure remove his diving helmet. What was underneath challenged every assumption I had about what I was witnessing. The man's face was pale and distorted, with eyes that appeared completely white. His mouth was moving as if he was speaking, but no sound was reaching me through the water and concrete. Most disturbing, there appeared to be water flowing from his mouth and nose, as if his lungs were still filled with lake water. He was pointing more urgently now, directing my attention to a specific section of the intake system where I could see structural damage that hadn't been visible in previous inspections. Cracks in the concrete, corrosion on the metal fittings, signs of system failure that posed serious risks to facility operations. At 3:47 a.m., all electrical systems in the pump room shut down simultaneously. Emergency lighting activated, bathing everything in red illumination that made the scene even more surreal. In this crimson light, I could see the figure clearly for the first time. He was wearing a diving suit with markings that read, U.S. Geological Survey, 1977. The equipment was severely damaged, with tears in the suit material and obvious signs of long-term water exposure. But the most disturbing detail was visible through the helmet's faceplate. The man was decomposed, partially skeletonized with flesh that had been preserved by the cold lake water, but was clearly in an advanced state of decay. He had been dead for decades, yet he was moving through the water with purpose and intelligence. He held up one hand toward me in what seemed like a farewell gesture, then pointed one final time at the damaged intake system. The message was unmistakable. Fix the problems he had identified, prevent the catastrophic failure he was warning about. Then the emergency power failed completely, plunging the pump room into absolute darkness. When primary power was restored 43 minutes later, the sump chamber was empty except for normal water and monitoring equipment. However, my diagnostic equipment had recorded significant structural damage to the intake system that required immediate repair work to prevent system failure. Follow-up investigation. Following this incident, I conducted research into historical diving operations at Crater Lake. What I discovered explained the figure's identity and presence. In August 1977, the U.S. Geological Survey conducted deep-water research operations in Crater Lake using a manned submersible system. The project was classified and involved mapping underwater geological features for reasons that remain unclear in public records. During these operations, a diving specialist named Dr. Nicholas Allen disappeared while conducting solo inspection work at depths exceeding 1,000 feet. His body was never recovered, though pieces of his diving equipment were found floating on the lake's surface several days after the incident. The official report attributed his death to equipment failure at extreme depth, possibly involving suit rupture or breathing apparatus malfunction. The diving operations were immediately suspended, and the research project was classified indefinitely. Dr. Allen had been investigating underwater structural features that might have included the intake systems for the facility where I now work. His final radio transmission, according to declassified portions of the incident report, included warnings about structural integrity issues and potential catastrophic failure of unspecified underwater installations. Current status. The structural damage identified during my encounter has been repaired using emergency maintenance protocols. However, the implications of Dr. Allen's warning extend beyond simple mechanical problems. If he's correct about systemic structural issues, the facility could face catastrophic flooding that would compromise operations and potentially release sensitive materials into Crater Lake's pristine ecosystem. His continued presence in the facility's water systems suggests that these concerns remain unresolved. I've submitted official reports about the structural damage, but I cannot include details about the supernatural encounter without jeopardizing my security clearance and employment. This transmission represents the only channel through which I can share the full truth about what's happening beneath Crater Lake. Dr. Allen died trying to protect this facility and the environment it could potentially contaminate. His spirit appears to be continuing that mission 45 years after his death, warning anyone who will listen about ongoing risks that official channels prefer to ignore. Some responsibilities transcend death, Mr. Cronkite. Some people are so dedicated to protecting others that not even drowning in 1,000 feet of frigid water can stop them from doing their job. The facility continues to operate, but I find myself listening for tapping sounds during every shift. Listening for Dr. Allen's warnings, hoping that someone with more authority than I possess will finally take his concerns seriously. The dead don't lie about structural engineering problems. They have nothing left to lose by telling the truth. Harold's transmission came with data files that I can't fully understand, engineering diagrams, pressure readings, and structural analysis reports that clearly show the damage he described. What I can understand is the pattern we've seen throughout tonight's stories. Dedicated people who died in service to others, continuing that service beyond the grave. I reached out to the National Park Service for comment about underground facilities at Crater Lake. The response was predictably bureaucratic. The Park Service operates various monitoring and research installations as needed to protect natural resources and ensure visitor safety. Specific details about these facilities are not available for public disclosure. But I did some digging through declassified government documents, and sure enough, there are references to Dr. Nicholas Allen and the 1977 research project. The man existed, he died under the circumstances Harold described, and his body was never recovered from the lake's depths. What's particularly interesting is a notation in his personnel file that I found through Freedom of Information Act requests. Dr. Allen had previously worked on underwater facility construction projects for the military, specializing in structural integrity assessments for installations in extreme environments. If anyone would know how to identify catastrophic structural problems in an underwater facility, it would be him. And if anyone would feel compelled to continue warning about those problems after death, it would be someone who spent his life protecting others from engineering failures. The morning light is growing stronger outside my studio, folks, but we're not done exploring the hidden corners of America's wilderness. We've got more stories ahead, more voices that refuse to be silenced by time or distance. Coming up, we'll hear from Persephone Nightingale, who discovered that some irrigation systems in Utah carry more than just water through their channels. But first, I want to address something that several listeners have pointed out in their messages. Tonight's stories all share a common thread. They involve people who died while serving others, who continue that service beyond death. Park employees, engineers, guides, and researchers who were so dedicated to protecting visitors and preserving wilderness that not even death could stop them from doing their jobs. Maybe that's what makes these encounters so compelling. They're not about vengeance or unfinished business in the traditional sense. They're about love. Love for the wild places. Love for the people who visit them. Love strong enough to transcend the boundary between life and death. The darkness may be ending, but these stories remind us that some lights never go out. They continue to shine in the deep places, warning us about dangers we can't see and protecting us from threats we don't understand. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. We'll return after this brief station identification with more tales from the borderlands between the known and unknown. Full daylight has arrived outside my studio, folks, painting the Appalachian forest in shades of gold and green that should, by all conventional wisdom, be chasing away the mysteries of the night. But convention has abandoned us hours ago. We've entered territory where the impossible becomes routine, where the voices of the dead speak as clearly as the living, where the boundary between past and present dissolves like morning mist. And we're not finished yet. Not by a long shot. The correspondence keeps arriving through various channels, some through traditional mail, others through encrypted transmissions, and a few through methods I'd rather not discuss. Each story builds on the last, creating a tapestry of experiences that challenges everything we think we know about death, duty, and the wild places that define America's natural heritage. Our next account takes us back to Utah, to Arches National Park, where over 2,000 natural stone arches create one of the most distinctive landscapes on Earth. The park is famous for iconic formations like Delicate Arch and Landscape Arch, but it also contains extensive infrastructure designed to support the nearly 2 million visitors who come to witness these geological marvels each year. The story I'm about to share arrived through a channel that's becoming disturbingly familiar. A resignation letter forwarded by a sympathetic supervisor who thought the public should know why another experienced park employee suddenly abandoned a career they'd loved for decades. Shirley Chavez worked as a water systems maintenance specialist at Arches for 12 years before submitting her resignation without explanation 3 weeks ago. Her letter reached me yesterday, postmarked from Moab but with no return address, written in the careful handwriting of someone who wanted every word to be clearly understood. Here's what Shirley shared. Dear Mr. Cronkite, I've been listening to your show for years, finding comfort in your voice during the long desert nights when silence becomes oppressive and every shadow seems to move with purpose. I never thought I'd have a story worthy of your attention, but recent events have convinced me that some experiences are too important to keep hidden, even if sharing them costs me my career. My name is Shirley Chavez, and until 3 weeks ago, I was a water system specialist with the National Park Service at Arches National Park. I hold certifications in hydraulic engineering and environmental systems management, with over 15 years of experience maintaining the complex infrastructure that allows millions of visitors to safely explore one of our most challenging desert environments. Arches National Park receives less than 10 inches of rainfall annually, making water management one of the most critical aspects of park operations. Every drop must be conserved, treated, and distributed with precision to support visitor facilities, employee housing, and emergency services across 76,679 acres of high desert terrain. The park's water system is a marvel of engineering efficiency. Underground storage tanks collect and treat water from various sources, while a network of pumps and pipelines distributes it to restrooms, visitor centers, campgrounds, and maintenance facilities throughout the park. The system operates 24 hours a day, requiring constant monitoring and maintenance to prevent failures that could strand visitors in life-threatening conditions. My primary responsibility involved maintaining the reservoir system that serves the Delicate Arch area, one of the park's most popular destinations. The reservoir is an underground concrete structure holding 50,000 gallons of treated water, located approximately half a mile from the famous arch itself. Access is through a maintenance bunker camouflaged to blend with the natural landscape. The reservoir bunker is a utilitarian concrete structure built into a natural depression between sandstone ridges. Inside, pumps, filtration equipment, and monitoring systems hum quietly in a temperature-controlled environment that feels alien compared to the dramatic desert landscape above. I typically performed maintenance work during evening hours when visitor activity was minimal and system demand was reduced. The reservoir area is isolated, accessible only by service roads that require high-clearance vehicles to navigate the rocky terrain. During night shifts, I often worked for hours without seeing another human being. The isolation never bothered me. If anything, I found peace in the solitude, in the sense of being completely alone with the machinery and the vast desert sky. Some of my colleagues found the night work unsettling, but I'd always felt comfortable in the darkness, surrounded by the reliable rhythm of pumps and the gentle hum of electrical systems. That changed on the night of October 20th. I was conducting quarterly maintenance on the reservoir's primary circulation pump, a routine procedure I'd performed dozens of times before. The work involved draining sections of the tank, inspecting internal components, and testing backup systems to ensure continuous operation. The reservoir itself is accessed through a series of manholes that provide entry to different levels of the underground structure. The main tank is approximately 20 feet deep, with concrete walls and a bottom that slopes toward drainage ports designed to facilitate cleaning and maintenance. At around 11:30 p.m., while inspecting the tank's interior using a portable work light, I heard something that shouldn't have been possible. Breathing. Deep, labored breathing that seemed to be coming from within the water itself. I stopped moving and listened carefully. The sound was unmistakable. Someone struggling for air, gasping with the rhythm of panic or exhaustion. But the tank was nearly empty, containing only about 6 inches of water around the drainage ports. There was nowhere for anyone to hide, and no way for unauthorized personnel to access the secure facility. I called out, "Hello? Is someone in here?" The breathing stopped immediately. The reservoir fell silent except for the distant hum of circulation pumps and the whisper of air moving through ventilation systems. I continued my inspection, but the incident left me unsettled. The acoustic properties of the concrete tank could create strange echoes, and I'd occasionally heard unexpected sounds during previous maintenance sessions, but nothing as clear and distinctive as human breathing. About 20 minutes later, while testing the tank's refill systems, I heard it again. This time, the breathing was accompanied by splashing sounds, as if someone was moving through the shallow water at the tank's bottom. I directed my work light toward the sound, illuminating the curved concrete walls and the small amount of water pooled around the drainage system. There was no one there, but the water was moving. Not just ripples from my own movements, but active disturbance, as if something was agitating it from beneath. "Who's there?" I called out again, my voice echoing off the concrete walls. "This is a restricted area." The splashing stopped, but now I could hear something else, whispering, soft, urgent whispering that seemed to come from the water itself. I couldn't make out words, but the tone was unmistakably human. Someone trying to communicate in desperate, hushed tones. I climbed down into the tank using the maintenance ladder, my work boots splashing in the ankle-deep water around the drainage ports. The whispering continued, seeming to move around me as I searched for its source. That's when I felt it. Breath on the back of my neck. Warm, moist exhalation that carried the mineral smell of treated water and something else. Something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't identify. I spun around, swinging my work light in a wide arc. The tank was empty except for me and the shallow water. But the breathing continued, now so close that I could feel the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation against my skin. "Please," I whispered, though I'm not sure why I was whispering back. "What do you want?" "What are you trying to tell me?" The breathing changed, becoming more urgent, more distressed. And now I could hear words mixed in with the gasping sounds. "Can't breathe. Water. So deep. Help. Me. Trapped. Can't get out. So cold. Been here. So long." The voice was female, young, with an accent I couldn't place. She sounded terrified and exhausted, like someone who had been struggling against drowning for hours. "Where are you?" I asked the empty tank. "I can hear you, but I can't see you. How can I help?" "In the water, bottom of the tank. Fell through. Can't reach the surface." I looked down at the 6 inches of water around my boots. There was no way anyone could be trapped in such a shallow depth. But the voice continued, describing experiences that seemed to come from someone drowning in deep water. "The walls, too smooth. Can't climb. Hands keep slipping. Been swimming. Hours. So tired. Legs cramping. Please don't leave. Only person who can hear." I realized that whoever was speaking wasn't experiencing the current state of the tank. She was reliving something that had happened when the reservoir was full, when 50,000 gallons of water would have made it deep enough to drown in. "What's your name?" I asked. "When did you fall in?" There was a pause in the breathing, then, Lily Chen, was hiking, got lost. So thirsty. Found the bunker. Door was open, Water looked clean. Climbed inside to drink, slipped on wet concrete, fell in. Water so deep, couldn't touch bottom, tried to swim back to edge. The story continued in fragments between gasping breaths. Lily had been hiking alone in the desert, had become dehydrated and disoriented, and had discovered the reservoir bunker during a period when it was being serviced. She'd entered looking for drinking water and had accidentally fallen into the full tank. No one heard me calling, screamed for hours, voice gave out. Kept swimming, hoping someone would come. Got so tired. Finally went under, lungs filled with water. Everything went dark. I was hearing the final moments of someone who had drowned in the very tank where I was standing. But when? There were no records of drowning incidents at the reservoir, no missing person reports that matched Lily's description. Lily, when did this happen? What year? Don't know. Was hiking vacation, spring break, 2009? 2009. 13 years ago. I climbed out of the tank and immediately accessed the park's incident database on my laptop. There was no record of any drowning at the reservoir facility, no missing person case involving someone named Lily Chen. But there was something else. A maintenance log entry from March 2009 noted unusual taste and odor complaints about water from the Delicate Arch system. The entire reservoir had been drained and cleaned as a precautionary measure, though no source of contamination was identified. The cleaning had been performed in early April 2009. If Lily had drowned in the tank in March, her body would have been discovered during the drainage process. But there was no mention of human remains in any of the documentation. I returned to the tank and called out to Lily. The breathing resumed immediately, along with her terrified whispers. Lily, listen to me carefully. You're not trapped anymore. The tank has been emptied and cleaned. You're not drowning anymore. But I can feel the water. So deep, over my head. Can't reach air. That was 13 years ago, Lily. You're not in danger now. You need to let go of that night. The breathing became more agitated, more panicked. 13 years, but I just fell in. Was trying to get out. You don't understand. Still underwater, still drowning. Lungs burning? Can't die like this. Alone in the dark. No one knows where I am. That's when I understood what I was dealing with. Lily Chen had died alone and terrified, drowning in the reservoir while no one knew she was there. Her body had somehow been missed during the cleaning process, or had been discovered and covered up to avoid negative publicity for the park. But her spirit remained trapped in the tank, reliving those final moments over and over, unable to accept that the drowning was over and she was already dead. Lily, I know you're scared. I know you don't want to die, but you're not drowning anymore. You're safe now. People know what happened to you. I know what happened to you. You're not forgotten. The breathing slowed, becoming less panicked. You know about me? Yes. I know you were hiking, that you got lost and thirsty. I know you found the reservoir and fell in. I know you fought as hard as you could to survive. You died trying to save yourself, Lily. That takes incredible courage. There was a long pause. When the voice returned, it was quieter, less frightened. Been so scared for so long, thought no one would ever know. Felt like drowning forever. Same moment, over and over. You really know what happened to me? Yes, Lily. And now other people will know too. your story won't be forgotten." The breathing began to fade, becoming softer and more peaceful. "Thank you for listening, for believing. So tired, been fighting the water for so long. Maybe I can stop swimming now." The voice faded to a whisper, then disappeared entirely. The reservoir fell silent, except for the normal sounds of mechanical systems and my own rapid heartbeat. I completed my maintenance work in a daze, then spent the rest of the night researching Lily Chen. What I found confirmed the tragedy and the cover-up. Lily Chen, age 22, was a college student from California who disappeared while on a solo hiking trip to Arches National Park in March 2009. Her rental car was found at a trailhead, but extensive search operations never located her body. The case remained open but was eventually classified as a presumed death in the wilderness. What the official reports didn't mention was that Lily's hiking route would have taken her past the reservoir facility during the period when it was being serviced. The maintenance log showed that the bunker had been left unlocked for several days, while crews performed equipment upgrades. She had died exactly as her spirit described, fallen into the full reservoir while seeking drinking water, drowned alone in the dark while no one knew where she was. Her body had been discovered during the tank cleaning, but park officials had covered up the incident to avoid liability issues and negative publicity. Lily Chen had been secretly buried in an unmarked grave, her death attributed to wilderness accident rather than facility negligence. Her family never learned the truth about how she died or where her body was located. Mr. Cronkite, I submitted my resignation the next day. Not because I was afraid of Lily's spirit, but because I couldn't continue working for an organization that would cover up a young woman's death to protect its reputation. Lily deserved better. She deserved to have her story told, her death acknowledged, her family informed about what really happened during those final moments in the reservoir. Some secrets are too terrible to keep, especially when they involve people who died alone and terrified while authorities covered up their suffering to avoid embarrassment. Lily Chen was a bright young woman who loved the outdoors and died trying to save her own life. She spent 13 years trapped in that tank, reliving her drowning over and over, waiting for someone to hear her story and believe it. I hope she's found peace now. I hope she knows that someone listened, that someone cares about what happened to her, that her death won't be forgotten again. But I can't work for people who would bury a young woman's death along with her body. Some compromises are too great to accept, even for a job you love. Thank you for providing a forum where these stories can be shared, Mr. Cronkite. Thank you for giving voices to people who died without anyone knowing their names. With profound respect, Persephone Nightingale, former water system specialist, Arches National Park. Persephone's letter arrived with copies of maintenance logs and incident reports that paint a disturbing picture of institutional cover-up. The discrepancies between the official records and the timeline she describes are too numerous to ignore, and the pattern suggests deliberate concealment of information about Lily Chen's death. I reached out to Arches National Park for comment about the 2009 reservoir cleaning and the missing person case of Lily Chen. The response was predictably evasive. The Park Service takes all safety incidents seriously and maintains detailed records of facility maintenance and visitor safety issues. Specific details about individual cases are not available for public discussion due to privacy concerns. But I also contacted Lily's family through social media, and what they told me confirms Persephone's account. Lily's sister said they never received satisfactory answers about how or where Lily died. despite repeated requests for more detailed information from park officials. "We always felt like they were hiding something," she told me. The story about her getting lost in the wilderness never made sense. Lily was an experienced hiker who always carried plenty of water and emergency supplies. She wouldn't have gotten into life-threatening trouble on the easy trails she was planning to hike. The family has been fighting for 13 years to learn the truth about Lily's death. Maybe now, finally, they'll get some answers. But here's what really troubles me about this story, folks. It's not just about supernatural encounters or spirits trapped by traumatic death. It's about institutional corruption, about organizations that would rather cover up negligent deaths than accept responsibility for their failures. How many other families are out there wondering what really happened to their loved ones in our national parks? How many other spirits are trapped in the places where they died, waiting for someone to hear their stories and tell the truth about what happened to them? The morning sun is high now, streaming through my studio windows with the kind of brightness that should banish all shadows and mysteries. But some stories resist the light, demanding to be heard regardless of the hour or the season. We've got more accounts ahead, more voices from the wilderness that refuse to be silenced by bureaucracy or time. Coming up, we'll hear from Octavius Grimm, who discovered that the wind patterns in some parks carry more than just weather information. But first, I want to address something that many of you have mentioned in your messages. Tonight's stories aren't just about ghosts or supernatural phenomena. They're about justice, about people who died under circumstances that were covered up, forgotten, or explained away by authorities who cared more about avoiding liability than protecting the truth. These spirits aren't seeking revenge. They're seeking acknowledgement, recognition, the simple assurance that their deaths mattered enough to be remembered honestly. Sometimes, that's all it takes to set a trapped soul free. Someone willing to listen to their story and tell it to the world. Lily Chen was a real person with hopes and dreams and people who loved her. She deserved better than to die alone in a concrete tank and be buried in an unmarked grave to protect a government agency's reputation. Now she has something better. She has a voice, a story, and people who know the truth about how she lived and how she died. Sometimes that's all any of us can ask for, to be remembered accurately, to have our stories told honestly, to know that our lives and deaths mattered to someone. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. We'll return after this brief break with more voices from the wild places that hold more secrets than we ever imagined. The morning has fully established itself outside my studio, folks, with birdsong replacing the night sounds that have been our companions through this extraordinary journey. But morning or midnight, the stories keep coming, each one adding another piece to a puzzle that challenges everything we think we know about life, death, and the wild places where the two intersect. We're approaching the end of our nocturnal odyssey, but we're not there yet. The final stories are often the most powerful, the ones that bring everything into focus and remind us why we've spent these dark hours listening to voices that most people would prefer to ignore. Our next account takes us back to the Smoky Mountains, to one of the most popular family destinations in the national park system. Cades Cove is an 11-mile loop road that winds through a broad valley where mountain settlers once built their homes and farms. Today it's famous for its historic buildings, abundant wildlife, and campgrounds that introduce thousands of children to the joys of sleeping under the stars. But Cades Cove also has older stories, darker histories, that predate the establishment of the national park. The valley was home to Cherokee communities for centuries before European settlers arrived, and it holds layers of human experience that go back far beyond written records. The story I'm about to share came to me through a channel that's becoming sadly familiar. Another resignation letter. Another experienced park employee who couldn't continue working after witnessing something that challenged their understanding of reality. But this one is different. This one involves children. Carol Bailey managed the family camping areas at Cades Cove for 9 years before submitting her resignation last month. Her letter arrived yesterday, handwritten on personal stationery and accompanied by audio recordings that I've listened to dozens of times without finding any logical explanation for what they contain. Here's what Carol shared. Dear Mr. Cronkite, I hope this letter finds you well and in good spirits, though I fear my own spirit has been deeply troubled by recent events that forced me to abandon a career I loved more than anything else in my life. I've been a devoted listener to your program for years, finding comfort in your compassionate treatment of stories that challenge conventional understanding of our world. My name is Carol Bailey, and until last month, I was the campground manager for the Cades Cove family camping area in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. I have a degree in recreation management and over 15 years of experience in outdoor education and family programming. Working with children and families in one of America's most beautiful places was my dream job, the culmination of everything I'd worked toward in my professional life. Cades Cove Campground is unique among national park camping facilities. It's specifically designed for families with children, featuring amenities and programs that introduce young people to wilderness camping in a safe, supportive environment. We offer 159 campsites, each equipped with picnic tables, fire rings, and access to modern restroom facilities. During peak season, we host over 2,000 families monthly, creating memories that often last for generations. The campground is located in the historic Cades Cove Valley, surrounded by mountains that have witnessed centuries of human habitation. Cherokee communities lived here for generations before European settlers arrived in the early 1800s. The valley still contains original log cabins, churches, and cemeteries that tell the story of the mountain families who called this place home until the national park was established in the 1930s. Part of my job involved organizing evening programs for camping families, campfire talks, stargazing sessions, and storytelling nights that connected visitors with the natural and cultural heritage of the Smokies. These programs were always popular with children who seemed to have an innate connection to the mystery and wonder of sleeping in the wilderness. One of our most beloved traditions was the wind chime circle, where families would hang small bells and chimes from trees around the central campfire area. The idea was that the gentle mountain breezes would create natural music during the evening programs, adding to the magical atmosphere of storytelling under the stars. The tradition had been part of Cades Cove programming for over 20 years, and families often brought special chimes or bells that had personal significance. Wedding gifts, heirloom pieces, memorial items that honored departed family members. The sound of dozens of chimes gently ringing in the mountain breeze was one of the most beautiful aspects of our evening programs. Until the night of October 13th, when the chimes began ringing without any wind. I was conducting a Friday evening campfire program for about 40 families, mostly parents with children ranging from ages 5 to 15. The weather was perfect. Clear skies, temperature in the mid-60s, with a gentle breeze that barely stirred the leaves. The wind chime circle contained 37 different chimes and bells, creating a soft musical backdrop as I told stories about the Cherokee legends and mountain folklore associated with Cades Cove. Everything was normal until approximately 8:30 p.m., when the evening breeze died down completely. The mountain air became still, so calm that you could hear individual conversations from campsites hundreds of yards away. But the chimes continued ringing. At first I thought nothing of it. Sometimes residual movement can keep chimes swinging for several minutes after the wind stops. But these chimes were ringing with increasing intensity, creating complex harmonies that seemed almost deliberately orchestrated. The children noticed it first. A 7-year-old girl named Emma tugged on her mother's sleeve and whispered, "Mommy, why are the chimes still making music? There's no wind." Other children began pointing and commenting. Soon, the entire group was staring at the wind chime circle, where dozens of bells and chimes were swaying and ringing with no visible cause for the movement. I tried to maintain the program, suggesting that thermal air currents sometimes create invisible breezes that can move lightweight objects. But even as I spoke, I could see that the chimes were moving in patterns that defied any meteorological explanation. They weren't swaying randomly as they would in natural wind. Instead, they seemed to be moving in rhythm, creating deliberate musical phrases that rose and fell like a carefully composed melody. The sound was hauntingly beautiful, unlike anything I'd ever heard from the wind chimes circle. Then the children began to respond. It started with Emma, the girl who had first noticed the phenomenon. She stood up from her position next to her parents and began walking toward the chimes, her face filled with wonder and recognition. "Do you hear that?" she called out to the other children. "They're singing. The mountain children are singing." Other children began standing and moving toward the wind chimes circle. Not all of them, but about a dozen kids ranging in age from 5 to 12. They seemed drawn to the sound, mesmerized by the impossible music that filled the air. The parents tried to call their children back, but the kids seemed not to hear them. They gathered in a circle around the chimes, swaying gently in rhythm with the bells, their faces upturned with expressions of joy and wonder that was almost otherworldly. That's when I heard it. Mixed in with the sound of the chimes, barely audible but unmistakably present, were voices, children's voices, singing in harmony with the bells. The melody was unlike anything I knew. Not a modern song or traditional folk tune, but something older, more primal, like a lullaby from another time. The singing children, the living children gathered around the chimes, began humming along with the invisible voices. They seemed to know the melody instinctively, as if they were remembering a song they'd always known, but never heard before. I tried to approach the group, intending to gently guide the children back to their families, but as I got closer to the wind chimes circle, I could hear the ghostly voices more clearly. They were singing in a language I didn't recognize, though it had the lilting cadence of Cherokee or perhaps some other Native American tongue. The invisible children were telling a story through song, and somehow the living children understood every word. Emma turned to me as I approached, her eyes bright with tears that seemed to be born of profound joy rather than sadness. "They're so happy we're here," she said, in a voice that carried unusual wisdom for a 7-year-old. "They've been waiting so long for someone to play with them again." "Who's been waiting, Emma?" I asked gently. "The mountain children, the ones who used to live here before the park. They've been lonely since all the families moved away." Other children began sharing what they were experiencing. "There's a boy who likes my chimes. He says they sound like the ones his grandmother made. A girl is teaching me the words to their song. It's about the mountains taking care of all the children who love them. They want to know if we can come back tomorrow night. They have more songs to share." The parents were watching this unfold with expressions ranging from wonder to concern. Several fathers approached the group, intending to retrieve their children, but as they got close to the wind chime circle, their expressions changed to amazement. "I can hear them," whispered one father. a skeptical engineer from Atlanta who had been rolling his eyes at my Cherokee legends just minutes earlier. "Children singing! How is that possible?" The phenomenon continued for nearly 30 minutes. The invisible children sang song after song, with the living children humming along and occasionally attempting to repeat words in the unknown language. The chimes provided percussion, ringing in complex rhythms that seemed to be controlled by invisible hands. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The chimes fell silent, hanging motionless in the still air. The invisible voices faded away, leaving only the normal sounds of a campground evening: crackling fire, distant conversations, and the gentle rustle of leaves in a breeze that had finally returned. The living children stood in the sudden silence, looking around with expressions of loss and confusion, as if they'd just awakened from a beautiful dream they couldn't quite remember. Emma was the first to speak. "They had to go," she said sadly, "but they said they'll come back if we hang the chimes again tomorrow night." I helped the children return to their families, many of whom were asking questions I couldn't answer. What had they just witnessed? Who were the voices? How could chimes ring without wind? And how could children learn songs they'd never heard before? That night, I researched the history of Cades Cove more thoroughly than I'd ever done before. What I discovered explained the children's experiences and changed my understanding of the valley forever. Before the establishment of the national park, Cades Cove was home to a thriving mountain community that included numerous families with children. The 1900 census recorded over 700 residents, including 200 children under the age of 16. When the park was created in the 1930s, all residents were forced to relocate, leaving behind homes, churches, and family cemeteries that had been the center of their lives for generations. The transition was traumatic for many families, particularly the children who had to abandon the only home they'd ever known. But the historical records also revealed something more troubling. In the winter of 1918 to 1919, an influenza outbreak swept through the isolated mountain communities, killing dozens of residents, including many children. The epidemic was particularly devastating because medical help was days away by horseback, and families often had to watch their children die without being able to provide effective treatment. 23 children died in Cades Cove during that terrible winter, most of them buried in family plots that still exist throughout the valley. Their graves are marked with simple stones that bear only names and dates, but local folklore preserved their stories for generations. According to mountain traditions I found in historical archives, the children who died during the epidemic were said to gather at certain times of the year, particularly during the autumn months when the boundary between worlds grows thin. They were described as joyful spirits who missed the sound of living children playing in their valley. The traditional remedy for encountering these spirits was to bring children to the places where they had once played, allowing them to interact through games, songs, and shared activities. The mountain families believed that the dead children were lonely, not malevolent, and that they could find peace through brief connections with the living. Wind chimes and bells had particular significance in Cherokee and mountain traditions. They were believed to facilitate communication between the physical and spiritual worlds, creating bridges that allowed the dead to speak with the living. Mr. Cronkite. I continued the wind chime circle programs for 2 more weeks, documenting everything that happened. The phenomenon repeated itself nightly, always following the same pattern. The chimes would begin ringing without wind, invisible children would sing traditional mountain songs, and living children would somehow understand and participate in the spiritual communion. The experiences were universally positive. The ghost children seemed delighted to have playmates again. and the living children gained an appreciation for the history and culture of the Smokies that no classroom lesson could have provided. Parents reported that their children talked about the mountain children for weeks afterward, incorporating elements of the traditional songs into their play and showing increased interest in Cherokee culture and mountain folklore. But the Park Service Administration became uncomfortable with the situation when word spread through social media and the campground began attracting visitors, specifically hoping to witness supernatural phenomena. Officials worried about liability issues and the potential for the programs to be seen as promoting unscientific beliefs. I was instructed to discontinue the wind chime circle and replace it with more conventional educational programming. When I protested that the experiences were providing valuable cultural education and positive interactions between children and the park's history, I was told that my judgment was compromised and that I needed to focus on evidence-based programming. The final straw came when I was ordered to remove all wind chimes from the campground and to stop discussing the historical deaths of children in Cades Cove during evening programs. Officials said that such topics were inappropriate for family audiences and might create unnecessary anxiety among visiting children. I resigned the next day. Mr. Cronkite, I spent 9 years helping families connect with the natural and cultural heritage of the Smokies. I never encountered anything as beautiful or meaningful as those evenings when living and dead children shared songs and stories around the wind chimes circle. The ghost children of Cades Cove aren't frightening or dangerous. They're lonely spirits who died far too young and missed the sound of laughter and play in the valley they called home. They found joy in teaching traditional songs to modern children, sharing their cultural heritage with a new generation that might otherwise never learn about the mountain families who once lived among these ancient peaks. Some connections transcend death, and some education can't be contained in approved curriculum guides. The children who participated in those wind chime circle experiences learned more about the real history of the Smokies than any textbook could teach them. But institutional fear won out over wonder, and bureaucratic caution silenced voices that had waited nearly a century to be heard again. I hope someday the wind chime circle will return to Cades Cove. I hope the mountain children will find other opportunities to share their songs and stories with the living. They have so much to teach us about the importance of place, community, and the enduring power of love that connects us across the boundaries of life and death. Thank you for providing a forum where these experiences can be shared and honored, Mr. Cronkite. Thank you for believing that some stories are too important to be suppressed by institutional discomfort. With profound respect and gratitude, Magnolia Willowbrook, former campground manager, Cades Cove Family Camping Area, Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Magnolia's letter came with audio recordings that I've analyzed extensively. You can clearly hear the chimes ringing in complex patterns, the voices of living children responding to something they're hearing, and underneath it all, faint but unmistakable, the sound of other children singing in harmonies that seem to come from another time entirely. I reached out to several families who participated in the wind chime circle programs, and their accounts match Magnolia's descriptions perfectly. The parents I spoke with described the experiences as profoundly moving and educational, giving their children a connection to the history of the Smokies that they treasured long after returning home. But when I contacted Great Smoky Mountains National Park for comment, I was told that the wind chime circle had been discontinued due to maintenance concerns, and that they had no information about supernatural phenomena at Cades Cove. The institutional response is sadly predictable, but it raises troubling questions about how we handle experiences that challenge conventional understanding. When bureaucratic fear overcomes wonder, When liability concerns silenced voices that have waited a century to be heard, we lose more than just educational opportunities. We lose connections to our history, our heritage, and our humanity. The mountain children of Cades Cove aren't asking for much, just the chance to share their songs with living children, to feel less alone in the valley where they died too young. But even that simple request is apparently too much for modern institutions to accept. We're approaching the end of our journey through the night, folks, but we've got 2 more stories that will bring everything full circle. Stories that remind us why these voices matter, why these connections between past and present are too important to ignore. The morning sun is bright outside my studio now, but some truths shine brighter than daylight. The mountain children are still singing in Cades Cove, whether anyone official wants to acknowledge them or not. And somewhere, other children will hear those ancient songs and learn that love and community can transcend even death itself. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. We'll return in just a moment with the penultimate story of our nocturnal odyssey. The sun is climbing higher now, folks, casting long shadows through the forest outside my studio that remind me we've been on this journey for nearly 12 hours. Most people would be exhausted by now, ready to surrender to sleep and let the mysteries of the night fade into memory. But we're not most people, are we? We're the guardians of the dark hours, the keepers of stories that refuse to be silenced by daylight. We're approaching the end of our nocturnal odyssey. But the final stories are often the most powerful. They're the ones that tie everything together, that remind us why we've spent these precious hours listening to voices from beyond the veil of ordinary experience. Our penultimate tale takes us back to Utah, to Arches National Park, where we've already heard Persephone Nightingale's troubling account of institutional cover-up and a young woman's spirit trapped in a reservoir tank. But Arches is vast, containing over 2,000 natural stone arches scattered across 76,679 acres of high desert landscape. It's a place where geological time moves slowly, where rocks remember everything, and where human presence, both living and dead, leaves marks that persist far longer than anyone expects. The story I'm about to share arrived through our most traditional channel, an envelope slipped under my studio door sometime during the early morning hours while I was on the air. Inside was a handwritten letter and something else. A photocopy of what appears to be a Park Service incident report, heavily redacted but still containing details that raise disturbing questions. The letter is from someone who signs herself as Ophelia Crowsong. She worked as a visitor services specialist at the Arches National Park Visitor Center until submitting her resignation 2 weeks ago. Her handwriting is precise and elegant, but I can see places where the ink has smudged, as if she paused frequently to collect her thoughts or her courage. Here's what Ophelia shared. Dear Mr. Cronkite, I write to you in the early hours of what may be my last night in Utah, having resigned from a position I held for 6 years and loved despite its challenges. I've been listening to your program throughout this long night, hearing stories that mirror my own experiences and give me courage to share what I witnessed during my final weeks at Arches National Park. My name is Ophelia Crowsong, and until recently, I was a visitor services specialist at the main visitor center in Arches National Park. My responsibilities included providing information to park guests, maintaining exhibits and displays, and managing the interactive maps and educational materials that help nearly 2 million annual visitors navigate the park's wonders safely. The Arches Visitor Center is a modern facility that serves as the gateway to one of Utah's most spectacular landscapes. Large windows offer panoramic views of the red rock formations that make the park famous, while interior displays explain the geological processes that created over 2,000 natural stone arches. The center processes thousands of visitors daily during peak season, making it one of the busiest information facilities in the national park system. One of our most popular features is the interactive trail map display, a large laminated topographical map mounted on a specialized surface that allows visitors to trace hiking routes with their fingers, while LED lights highlight points of interest. The technology is sophisticated but user-friendly, designed to help families plan their visits while providing real-time information about trail conditions and safety considerations. The map is approximately 6 feet by 4 feet, covering the entire park with remarkable detail. Every trail, every arch, every geological feature is precisely marked, creating a comprehensive guide that visitors often study for extended periods while planning their adventures. During busy periods, dozens of people touch the map hourly, leaving fingerprints, oils, and occasional smudges that require regular cleaning. I was responsible for maintaining the interactive trail map, including daily cleaning and weekly deep sanitization to keep the display clear and functional. It was routine work that I'd performed hundreds of times without incident, until October 25th, when I discovered fingerprints that shouldn't have been possible. I arrived at work that morning to find the visitor center empty, as expected for the early shift before opening hours. My first task was always to clean and inspect all interactive displays, ensuring they were ready for the day's visitors. The trail map appeared normal at first glance, the usual collection of smudges, fingerprints, and occasional sticky residue left by children's hands. But as I began cleaning with our standard solution, I noticed something unusual. There were handprints on the map that seemed different from the others. They were darker, more distinct, as if they'd been pressed into the surface with unusual force or heat. More importantly, they appeared to be wet. Fresh moisture doesn't make sense on a display that had been cleaned the previous evening and secured in a climate-controlled environment overnight. But these handprints were unmistakably damp, leaving actual water drops on the laminated surface. I assumed someone had spilled liquid on the map during closing procedures, though I couldn't understand why the prints were so clearly defined or why they were concentrated in specific areas of the display. As I cleaned away the moisture, I paid attention to where the wet handprints were located. They were all clustered around the fiery furnace area of the park, a complex maze of narrow slot canyons and towering rock fins that requires guided tours due to the ease of becoming lost in the labyrinthine passages. The wet handprints seemed to be tracing the official trail route through the furnace, but they also extended into areas marked as restricted or dangerous for public access. I completed the cleaning and thought nothing more of the incident until the next morning, when I found the wet handprints had returned. Same locations, same level of moisture, same precise definition that suggested they'd been made recently despite the visitor center being locked and secured all night. This pattern continued for a week. Every morning I would find fresh, wet handprints on the interactive trail map, always in the same locations around the fiery furnace area. No matter how thoroughly I cleaned the display, the prints would reappear overnight. I reported the phenomenon to my supervisor, suggesting that we might have a humidity control problem or a leak in the display mechanism that was creating condensation patterns. But maintenance inspections found no mechanical issues, and the moisture was clearly in the shape of human handprints rather than random condensation. On November 1st, I decided to stay late and observe the display after closing hours to determine how the handprints were appearing. I positioned myself in the break room with a clear view of the interactive trail map and waited to see what would happen. At approximately 9:30 p.m., about an hour after the visitor center closed to the public, I saw something that challenged my understanding of reality. A figure approached the trail map from the direction of the main entrance. Though I had secured all doors, and there was no way for unauthorized personnel to enter the building. The figure appeared to be a young woman, probably in her 20s, wearing hiking clothes that seemed dated. Shorts, t-shirt, and equipment that looked like it came from the 1990s. Her hair was wet and stringy, hanging down her back as if she'd just emerged from water. Most disturbing, her clothes were soaking wet, dripping steadily onto the visitor center floor. She approached the interactive trail map with obvious familiarity, as if she'd used it many times before. But instead of simply looking at the display, she began pressing her hands against specific locations, tracing routes through the fiery furnace with her wet fingers. As she touched the map, water dripped from her hands onto the laminated surface, creating the wet handprints I'd been discovering each morning. But the moisture wasn't just water. It had a reddish tinge that reminded me of the iron-rich soil found throughout the park. I could hear her speaking softly as she traced the trails, though her words were too quiet to understand clearly. She seemed to be explaining something, pointing out specific locations and describing routes through the complex canyon system. Then she turned toward me. Her face was pale and drawn, with dark circles under her eyes that suggested exhaustion or illness. But what struck me most was her expression, urgent concern mixed with frustration, as if she was trying to communicate something important but couldn't make herself understood. She pointed at the map, then at me, then back at the map. The message seemed clear. Pay attention to what she was showing me, understand the routes she was tracing, learn something important about the fiery furnace area. I stood up from my hiding place and approached the display. "What are you trying to tell me?" I asked. She looked relieved that I was finally paying attention. She began pointing more specifically at the map, indicating areas that were marked as restricted access. Her wet finger traced a route that diverged from the official guided tour path and led into narrow canyons that park maps showed as dangerous terrain. "Don't go there," she said in a voice that sounded like it was coming through water. "The rocks, they shift. Can't get out." "Who are you?" I asked. "What happened to you?" "Jessica," she replied, though the name was distorted by what sounded like water in her throat. "Jessica Edwards. Got lost. Tried to find the way out. Rocks fell." Jessica Edwards. The name was familiar from park incident reports I'd reviewed during my training. She was a visitor who had disappeared in the fiery furnace during an unauthorized solo hike in 1996. Despite extensive search efforts, her body was never recovered, though rescue teams found some of her equipment in a particularly dangerous section of the canyon system. "Jessica, you disappeared 26 years ago. You're not lost anymore." She looked confused, as if time had no meaning for her. 26 years? But I just got separated from my tour group. Was trying to catch up. I followed a side passage, thought it would connect back to the main trail, but the walls got narrower. Rocks started falling. Tried to climb out, but more rocks came down. Trapped in a pocket. Called for help for hours. As she spoke, I began to understand what had happened. Jessica had left the official guided tour route and entered restricted areas of the fiery furnace. She'd become trapped when unstable rock formations shifted, creating a situation where rescue teams couldn't reach her even if they'd known her exact location. She died alone in a narrow canyon, probably from dehydration and exposure, while search teams looked for her in other areas of the park. Her body remained somewhere in the maze-like passages of the fiery furnace, in a location so dangerous that even modern rescue techniques couldn't access it safely. "Jessica, I understand what happened to you, but why are you here? What are you trying to tell me?" She pointed again at the areas of the map she'd been marking with her wet handprints. "Others will make the same mistake. Have to warn them. The guided tours, sometimes people leave the group, follow side passages, don't understand the danger. Rocks look stable, but they're not. Slight vibration can bring them down, trap people like they trapped me." I realized that Jessica's spirit was trying to prevent other visitors from making the same fatal mistake she had made. The wet handprints were her way of marking dangerous areas on the interactive trail map, warning people about sections of the fiery furnace that appeared safe but contained hidden hazards. "How can I help you warn people?" I asked. "Tell them. Show them on the map. The areas I mark are dangerous. Don't let them explore alone. Keep the guided tours on the official route. Don't let curiosity override safety. I don't want anyone else to die the way I did." Jessica began to fade as she spoke, becoming translucent like mist dissipating in sunlight. But the wet handprints remained on the map, clearly marking areas that didn't appear dangerous to casual observers, but contained hidden risks that could prove fatal. I spent the rest of the night researching Jessica Edwards' disappearance and the geological hazards of the fiery furnace. What I learned confirmed everything she had told me. The areas she'd marked on the map were known to park geologists as having unstable rock formations that could shift with minimal disturbance. However, this information wasn't widely shared with the public because park officials worried it might create unnecessary anxiety among visitors who stayed on designated trails. Jessica's death had prompted some policy changes, including stricter controls on guided tours and enhanced safety briefings. But the specific locations where she'd become trapped remained accessible to determined hikers willing to ignore safety regulations. "Mr. Cronkite, I tried to share Jessica's warnings with my supervisors, suggesting that we modify the interactive trail map to include additional safety information about unstable geological areas. I was told that such modifications would require approval from multiple agencies and might discourage tourism if people perceived the park as more dangerous than other destinations. When I persisted, insisting that Jessica's information could prevent future fatalities, I was accused of anthropomorphizing geological hazards and creating unnecessary public anxiety. Officials suggested that I might be experiencing stress-related hallucinations and recommended that I take time off to regain perspective. The final straw came when I was ordered to stop discussing Jessica Edwards' disappearance with visitors who asked about missing person cases in the park. I was told that such discussions were inappropriate and might create negative associations with the Fiery Furnace tour program. I submitted my resignation the next day. Jessica Edwards died trying to explore one of Utah's most beautiful landscapes. She made a mistake, leaving the guided tour route and entering dangerous terrain. But her death was caused by inadequate safety information, not reckless behavior. She was an experienced hiker who would have avoided those areas if she'd understood the specific risks involved. Now her spirit continues trying to protect other visitors from making the same fatal error. She's spent 26 years marking dangerous areas on maps, trying to communicate warnings that could save lives. But institutional inertia and liability concerns have silenced her voice just as effectively as the rockfall that killed her body. Some responsibilities transcend death. Mr. Cronkite. Some people care so deeply about protecting others that not even being trapped under tons of rock can stop them from trying to prevent similar tragedies. Jessica deserves to be heard. Her warnings deserve to be shared. The locations she's marked on that trail map contain information that could prevent future deaths in the fiery furnace. But apparently, protecting park reputation is more important than protecting park visitors. Thank you for providing a forum where these voices can finally be heard and honored. With profound respect, Dorothy Cook, former Visitor Services Specialist, Arches National Park Visitor Center. Dorothy's letter came with photocopies of incident reports that confirmed Jessica Edwards' disappearance and the circumstances Dorothy described. There are also photographs of the interactive trail map showing the wet handprints that mark specific geological hazard areas not included in standard safety briefings. I reached out to Arches National Park for comment about updating safety information based on historical incidents. The response was predictably bureaucratic. The Park Service continuously reviews and updates safety protocols based on scientific assessment of geological conditions. Specific details about individual incidents are not available for public discussion. But I also spoke with several former park geologists who confirmed that the areas Jessica marked do indeed contain unstable rock formations that pose significant risks to unauthorized hikers. One retired scientist told me that comprehensive geological hazard mapping has been discussed for years, but has never been implemented due to budget constraints and tourism considerations. We're near the end of our journey through the night, folks, but Jessica Edwards' story brings us full circle to where we started. Like all the spirits we've encountered tonight, she's not seeking revenge or personal resolution. She's trying to protect other people from experiencing the terror and isolation she felt during her final hours. Some love is stronger than death. Some dedication transcends the grave. Some voices refuse to be silenced by rockfall, bureaucracy, or institutional indifference. Jessica Edwards has been trying to save lives for 26 years, marking dangerous areas on park maps with the only tool available to her: wet handprints that appear overnight and disappear under morning cleaning routines. It's taken this long for someone to finally understand what she was trying to communicate. The morning is well advanced now, but we've got one final story that will bring our nocturnal odyssey to its conclusion, a story from the highest peaks of Wyoming, where the boundary between earth and sky becomes as thin as the line between life and death. Stay with us for just a little longer. Some journeys are too important to abandon before they reach their destination. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. We'll return after this final station identification with the last story of our long night's journey into the mysteries of America's wild places. The morning sun is high overhead now, folks, streaming through my studio windows with the kind of brilliant clarity that should dispel all shadows and mysteries. We've been on this journey together for nearly 13 hours, traveling through the dark corners of America's most beautiful places, listening to voices that most people would prefer to ignore. But we're not most people, are we? We're the guardians of the impossible, the keepers of stories that refuse to be contained by daylight or dismissed by skepticism. And now, as our long night draws to a close, we come to our final tale, a story from the highest peaks of Wyoming, where the earth reaches toward heaven and the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds becomes as thin as mountain air. This last account arrived just an hour ago, delivered by a young woman who drove through the night from Jackson Hole to place it directly in my hands. She wouldn't give me her name, but she said the man who wrote it had asked her to make sure I received it before our program ended. "He's up there now," she told me, pointing toward the distant peaks visible through my studio windows. "He said you'd understand what that means." The letter is from someone who signs himself as Tyler Mitchell, a professional climbing guide who spent the last 18 years leading expeditions up Grand Teton, the 13,775-foot centerpiece of one of America's most dramatic mountain ranges. His handwriting is careful and precise, the kind that comes from years of recording critical information in logbooks where mistakes can mean the difference between life and death. Here's Tyler's final story. "Dear Mr. Cronkite, I write this letter from base camp at 11,000 feet on the Grand Teton, where I've spent the night listening to your program on a battery-powered radio while waiting for dawn to break over the peaks that have defined my life for nearly 2 decades. Your show has given me the courage to share an experience that I've kept secret for 3 years. An encounter that changed my understanding of death, duty, and the connections that bind us to the places we love. My name is Tyler Mitchell, and I'm a certified mountain guide specializing in technical ascents of the Grand Teton and surrounding peaks. I've guided over 400 successful summits, including rescue operations that have saved dozens of lives in conditions where most people would have no chance of survival. Grand Teton is not a forgiving mountain. At 13,775 feet, it's the second highest peak in Wyoming and one of the most technically challenging climbs in the lower 48 states. The route to the summit requires advanced rock climbing skills, weather assessment expertise, and the kind of judgment that comes only from years of experience in alpine environments. The mountain kills people regularly. Since 1970, there have been over 60 fatalities on Grand Teton, most caused by falls, hypothermia, or sudden weather changes that can transform a perfect climbing day into a life-threatening emergency within minutes. Every guide who works these peaks carries the weight of those statistics, knowing that a single mistake in judgment can add another name to the mountain's grim ledger. 3 years ago, on September 15, 2019, I was leading a 3-day expedition with 2 clients, Dr. Sarah Mitchell from Boston and James Cartwright from Portland. Both were experienced climbers with multiple high-altitude ascents, but this was their first attempt on Grand Teton. We'd planned to summit on the 3rd day, spending 2 nights at high camps to acclimatize and assess weather conditions. The forecast was favorable: clear skies, light winds, temperatures in the acceptable range for September alpine conditions. Everything went according to plan for the first 2 days. We established our high camp at 12,500 feet within striking distance of the summit, but positioned to retreat quickly if weather conditions deteriorated. Both clients were performing well, showing good acclimatization and solid technical skills on the rock faces we'd encountered. We began our summit push at 4 a.m. on September 15th, planning to reach the top by noon and return to high camp before afternoon thunderstorms could develop. The route from our camp involved several pitches of technical rock climbing, followed by a scramble across loose scree to the final summit pyramid. The climb progressed normally until we reached approximately 13,400 feet, where we encountered something that shouldn't have been possible. There was someone ahead of us on the mountain. From our position on the rock face, I could see a figure silhouetted against the sky near the summit. This was unusual but not unprecedented. Other climbing parties sometimes chose different camp locations or started their summit attempts earlier than we had, but as we got closer, details about the figure began to disturb me. He was wearing climbing gear that appeared to be from several decades earlier: wool clothing, leather boots, equipment that looked like it belonged in a museum rather than on a modern alpine ascent. More importantly, he wasn't moving. Despite the bitter wind and sub-freezing temperatures at that altitude, the figure stood completely motionless on a narrow ledge, facing away from us toward the summit pyramid. "Is that guy okay?" Sarah asked as we approached his position. "He's been standing in the same spot for 20 minutes. I called out to the figure, offering assistance or simply trying to establish communication. Mountain climbing creates an automatic brotherhood. Anyone you encounter at high altitude is someone who understands the shared risks and mutual responsibilities of alpine travel. The figure didn't respond to my calls, didn't even acknowledge our presence. As we climbed closer, I could see more details that increased my concern. His clothing was covered with frost and snow, as if he'd been exposed to severe weather conditions for an extended period. No one could survive long at that altitude and temperature without proper shelter and constantly moving to maintain body heat. When we reached a position level with the figure, I could see him clearly for the first time. He appeared to be a man in his 40s, with weathered features that spoke of years in the mountains. His equipment was definitely vintage: rope, hardware, and protective gear that dated to the 1970s or early 1980s. But what struck me most was his posture. He stood with the patient stillness of someone waiting for something, occasionally raising one hand to shade his eyes as he scanned the peaks around us. Despite the harsh conditions, he seemed completely comfortable, as if the cold and altitude had no effect on him. "Sir?" I called out directly to him. "Are you all right? Do you need assistance?" He turned toward me then, and I saw his face clearly, pale, almost blue-white from cold exposure, with eyes that seemed to be looking through me rather than at me. When he spoke, his voice carried clearly despite the wind, but it sounded distant, as if it was coming from much farther away than the few feet that separated us. "Been waiting for you," he said in a tone that was both familiar and formal. "Knew you'd come this way eventually." "Waiting for us?" Sarah asked. "We don't understand. Are you in trouble? Do you need help getting down?" The figure smiled, but it was a sad expression that conveyed deep regret rather than joy. "Can't go down. Haven't finished my job yet." "What job?" I asked, though part of me was beginning to suspect that this wasn't a normal climbing encounter. "Gotta warn people about the weather change coming. Big storm moving in fast. You need to turn around now, get back to safe elevation before it hits." I checked my weather instruments and radio for updates. The forecast still called for clear conditions throughout the day, with no storm systems predicted for the region. But mountain weather can change rapidly, and local conditions sometimes develop faster than meteorological services can predict. "What storm?" I asked. "Our weather information doesn't show any systems approaching." "Coming from the northwest. Temperature's going to drop 40 degrees in the next 2 hours. Wind speeds up to 70 miles per hour. Whiteout conditions that'll last for days." He pointed toward the horizon, where I could see clear blue skies extending for miles in every direction. "You can't see it yet, but it's there. Trust me, I've been watching weather patterns on this mountain for 37 years. 37 years. The number resonated in my memory, connecting to something I'd read in mountaineering accident reports. I made a decision that probably saved our lives. "We're going to head back down," I told my clients. "Something about this doesn't feel right." Both Sarah and James protested. The weather looked perfect. We were only 400 feet from the summit, and turning back now would mean abandoning the goal they'd trained months to achieve. But the figure nodded approval when I announced our retreat. "Good decision. Mountain's not going anywhere. You can come back when it's safe." "What's your name?" I asked him as we prepared to rappel back toward high camp. How long have you been up here? Charles Davis. Been guiding on this mountain since 1971. Died here in 1982, but I keep coming back when people need help. Charles Davis. I knew that name from the climbing accident database. He'd been one of the most respected guides in the Tetons, known for his weather prediction skills and his ability to keep clients safe in conditions that defeated other guides. He died in a sudden storm while leading a rescue operation for stranded climbers. His body was found 3 days later, frozen in position while still trying to set up emergency shelter for the people he'd been attempting to save. "You're telling me you're a ghost?" Sarah asked, her voice tight with disbelief. "Telling you I'm still doing my job," Charles replied, "keeping people safe on this mountain. That storm's going to hit in 90 minutes. You need to be below 11,000 feet when it does, or you'll end up like me." I made the decision to trust him. We rappelled quickly back toward High Camp, moving with the urgency that Charles's warning demanded. My clients were disappointed and confused, but they followed my lead based on their trust in my judgment. We reached High Camp with about an hour to spare before the weather changed. At first, there was no sign of the storm Charles had predicted. The sky remained clear, the wind was light, and conditions seemed perfect for continued climbing. Then, at exactly 2:17 p.m., the temperature began to drop precipitously. Within minutes, a wall of clouds appeared on the northwestern horizon, moving toward us with frightening speed. The wind increased from gentle breeze to howling gale in less than 10 minutes. By 3:00 p.m., we were in complete whiteout conditions with wind speeds that made standing upright nearly impossible. The temperature dropped from the mid-30s to -15 degrees Fahrenheit in 2 hours. It was the kind of sudden weather change that kills even experienced mountaineers who get caught without adequate preparation. We spent 3 days trapped in our high camp, waiting for the storm to pass. When rescue helicopters finally reached us, the pilot said it was the most severe weather system to hit the Tetons in over a decade. Several other climbing parties had been caught at higher elevations, resulting in 2 fatalities and multiple cases of severe frostbite. If we hadn't retreated when Charles warned us, we would have been among the casualties. Mr. Cronkite, I've returned to Grand Teton dozens of times since that encounter, always hoping to see Charles again and thank him for saving our lives. I've encountered him 3 more times, always under similar circumstances, when weather conditions were about to turn deadly, and climbers needed warnings that conventional forecasting couldn't provide. Each time, he's been wearing the same vintage climbing gear, standing in the same patient posture, waiting to help people he'll never meet get off the mountain safely. He doesn't seek recognition or gratitude. He just continues doing the job that defined his life and ultimately caused his death. Charles Davis spent 11 years guiding climbers on Grand Teton before the mountain claimed his life during a rescue operation. He spent 40 years continuing that work as a spirit, protecting people from the weather patterns he learned to read during his lifetime. Some responsibilities transcend death. Some people are so dedicated to protecting others that not even freezing to death in a blizzard can stop them from continuing their work. I'm writing this letter from High Camp because Charles appeared to me again last night. This time, his message was different. Instead of warning about immediate weather dangers, he told me it was time to share his story with people who would understand and believe it. "Been doing this job alone for 40 years, he said. "Maybe it's time people knew that someone's still watching over them on this mountain." He's right. People deserve to know that Charles Davis is still up here, still reading weather patterns with the expertise that made him legendary among Teton guides, still warning climbers about conditions that could prove fatal. The mountain climbing community talks about the spirit of the mountains as an abstract concept, the idea that peaks possess personality, memory, and the ability to test human character. But Charles Davis proves that some mountains have literal spirits. Former climbers who loved these peaks so much that death couldn't separate them from their chosen calling. I'm retiring from professional guiding after this season, but I'll continue climbing Grand Teton as long as my body allows. Not just for the challenge or the beauty, but to serve as Charles's witness, to share his warnings with other climbers, and to ensure that his 40 years of posthumous service are finally acknowledged and honored. Some guardians never leave their posts, even when their watch officially ends. Some people love their work and the people they protect too much to let something as minor as death interfere with their duties. Charles Davis is still up there, Mr. Cronkite, still watching the weather, still warning climbers about dangerous conditions, still saving lives from beyond the grave. The next time you hear about climbers who turned back from a summit attempt because of gut feelings about weather conditions, remember Charles. Chances are, he's the reason they're still alive. Thank you for providing a forum where his story can finally be told. With profound respect and gratitude, Tyler Mitchell, Professional Mountain Guide, Grand Teton National Park. I finished reading Tyler's letter as the first church bells of Sunday morning began ringing in the distance, their bronze voices carrying across the valley like a benediction for the souls we've encountered during our long night's journey. We've reached the end of our odyssey, folks, but in many ways, we've just begun to understand what we've experienced together. 12 stories from 12 different wilderness areas, each one featuring people who died in service to others and continue that service beyond the grave. Park rangers and maintenance workers, guides and engineers, all of them bound by a common thread of dedication that transcends the boundary between life and death. They're not seeking revenge or personal resolution. They're trying to protect the living from the same dangers that claimed their lives. Theodore Blackstone reading weather patterns on Grand Teton, Rebecca Chen marking dangerous areas on trail maps, Margaret Ashford searching for lost hikers on foggy bridges, Jackson Morley watching over train passengers, each one a guardian spirit, continuing their work in the wild places they loved so much that death couldn't separate them from their calling. The sun is fully up now, painting my studio in the kind of brilliant morning light that should chase away all mysteries and shadows. But some truths are stronger than daylight. Some voices carry further than the wind, and some stories refuse to be silenced by anything as simple as sunrise. I want to thank everyone who's been with us through this extraordinary night. Your messages, your calls, your willingness to listen to stories that challenge conventional understanding. You've made this program what it is. You've created a sanctuary where the impossible can be shared and believed, where voices from beyond the veil can finally find an audience worthy of their stories. We've learned something important tonight, something that goes beyond ghost stories or supernatural phenomena. We've learned that love is stronger than death, that dedication transcends the grave, and that some people care so deeply about protecting others that not even their own mortality can stop them from continuing their work. The national parks are more than just recreational destinations or scenic attractions. They're sacred spaces where the human spirit encounters something larger than itself, where the boundary between the natural and supernatural worlds becomes permeable, and where the past continues to speak to the present through voices that refuse to be silenced. Our guardian spirits are still out there, folks, still watching over the trails and peaks and waterways that define America's natural heritage, still protecting visitors from dangers they can't see, still warning people about hazards that conventional safety measures can't predict. The next time you're hiking alone in a national park and you get an inexplicable feeling that you should turn back, listen to that instinct. The next time you hear voices in the wind, or see movement in your peripheral vision, pay attention. It might be Sarah Chen trying to guide you away from a dangerous slot canyon, or Catherine Winters warning you about severe weather moving in, or Theodore Blackstone reading wind patterns that meteorologists haven't detected yet. These guardian spirits don't ask for much, just acknowledgement, remembrance, and the assurance that their stories won't be forgotten by the institutions they served or the people they continue to protect. Now it's time for me to sign off, but our journey together isn't ending. It's just pausing until we meet again next Saturday night, when the darkness returns and new voices call out from the wilderness, seeking someone brave enough to listen and share their stories with the world. Remember what we've learned tonight. The wild places hold more than just natural beauty. They hold memories, spirits, and connections to the past that transcend our understanding of life and death. They deserve our respect, our protection, and our willingness to hear the voices of those who've given everything to preserve them for future generations. Until next week, keep your flashlights charged, your emergency whistles close, and your hearts open to the impossible. The guardian spirits are always watching, always protecting, always ready to help those who need guidance in the darkness. This has been Edward Cronkite, broadcasting from our little cabin deep in the Appalachian wilderness. You've been listening to Nocturnal Mysteries Radio, where the impossible becomes possible and every story matters. Good night, night owls. Sleep well, and remember, you're never truly alone in the wild places. Someone is always watching over you, even if you can't see them. Sweet dreams, and thank you for believing.